Howdy, howdy, good morning. Friday once again. More Umineko. Let me. So many things. Alright. More Umineko. I'm gonna continue where we last left off. I think we're just about. Still, like, right before the first Twilight. Oh, haven't been thinking about it all too much due to playing Power World for like 50 hours. So let's try to recap and everything that's been going on. Let's also uh, there we go. Also load back to where we were. Ooh, oof. Sorry, still waking up. How about this one next? Alright, so when we last left off, Kenzo actually went down to the freaking dinner table. This started summoning things left and right. Oh, we also got a new character. This one, Gap. He summoned Renove, he summoned Regalia, summoned both the two Chester sisters we know of, and then this new one, Double O. I wish it wasn't random. I wish it just cycled through them. But right. Ugh, sorry, still waking up. Coffee still hasn't kicked in. There's that. I think when we first started streaming last time, it was Angie on the boat headed for. I want to say Rakanjima, but maybe that's not quite right. Had a bit of a chat with Mamone, and I guess resummoned Sakataro a bit. You see in here, yeah. So he's dead to Maria, but I guess not Angie. After that, I think we had the whole scene where sorry, what exactly happened? I was kind of skimming through the VOD before. I think it was basically just battling the others, going back to the guest house because they were told to leave before the conference when Kinzo came down. Oh right, and then I started get questioning Nanjo quite a bit, wondering like, why he was around so much. In the first Twilight, first episode, he lasted until the last Twilight. In the second episode, I think he died kind of early on with Kumasawa, but they were both. The way they were, I guess, killed was a bit strange. Like, one of the stakes was in Kumasawa's ankle, wasn't even, like, fully in there. Like, kind of just fell out. Maybe the same thing was going on with Nanjo. Third Twilight, he survived pretty much until the end and then died. Or third Twilight, third episode. In this one, he's sticking around the conference for some reason. Yes, he did. I don't think he died. Who died? The very end there. I think it was... I think Genji for sure. Genji, Rudolph. There's Genji, Rudolph. Eva and Hideyoshi this time. So we know for sure with this that the culprit can't be the exact same like every episode. Just what I was figuring. For the other two. Oh, Natsui. And the last one was maybe either Canon or Shannon. We'll find out a bit later. Alright, there was that whole scene there. Someone Gap captured the others. I think one of them was talking earlier. Rosa. Well, not talking, but some sound coming from her. And I got put in some like dark void. I think the only ones who escaped was Goda and Kumasawa. Everyone else was put in some like freaking in the back rooms or something like that. And then there's like Jessica, George, Battler, and Maria, who I'm pretty sure are all at the guest house. Anjo also get into that void? I think so. So this time around, it seems it's might only just be Goda, Kumasawa, and the kids. Huh? Huh. Alright, and they're talking about why they, get, like, the half-crushed faces again. Just so that you can tell they're for sure dead, and for sure the actual person, and not just some, like, fake body double that you can maybe make an argument for if, the full face was crushed. Okay, okay. I think we're just about caught up with the events. Let's, go ahead and continue then. Mute that, see where Rosa and the others ended up. Give me a sec, one sip of coffee, and then let's go. Alright. Silent, black, bold, painful. Rosa regained consciousness bit by bit. The first thing she thought was that it would have been better if she hadn't. After all, her body is cold and hurting. The pain grew the more her consciousness returned. Felt like she'd been sleeping on ice-cold marble in the darkness, lying face down for a long time. This is why I always tell myself, even if just for a nap, I got to at least grab a sofa. So what? I know that if I naively try to close my eyes for just a second and end up sleeping on the floor or in a sturdy chair, it would hurt my body later and make things difficult. Since I slept on such a cold and hard floor, even my bones are ice cold. Since I slept on such a hard and cold floor, half my face pressed down against it hurts a lot. If I were to look in a mirror right now, I'm sure I'd see an embarrassing mark. I didn't think that just rubbing it would make that mark disappear. But I stroked the hurting side of my face anyway, trying to smooth it over. Oh? You're in here? I wonder where this is. Thought it was pitch black, but it looks like it isn't. After all, I can faintly see my own body. Without a doubt, there was some source of light. But even if I looked up at the ceiling, or else the sky, there was only an expanse of blackness, and I couldn't see a proper light. My body alone was slightly lit, whereas everything else was sunk in darkness. That's what this world was like. It was almost as though Rosa alone had been abandoned in a forgotten world. As her mind grew clear, she started getting nervous about why she was alone in a lonely place like this. When she was about to call out, asking if anyone was there, she heard the patter, patter, the footsteps coming toward her. They were light footsteps, so she thought it was probably a kid. She didn't see anything disturbing, so she wasn't afraid. But they also weren't Maria's footsteps, so wondering who in the world would be in the darkness like this, she stared in the direction the footsteps were coming from. As she did, a faint approaching silhouette came into view. Oh? Really? It looked like a child much younger than Maria. Who is it? I don't know this kid. But and the but the expression on his face was like a lost child separated from his parents. As a parent with a daughter herself, Rosa felt as though her chest had been torn apart.
ウリュウ。
The instant the kid muttered that infantile word, she felt pain in a half of her face that had started turning from the cold floor, as though it had been pierced by long, thin, hard needles. Without thinking, she pressed her hand against that side of her face.
大丈夫？まだ痛い？ありがとう、僕。ここはどこ？すごく寒いわ。
We're in
こっち
hell!
へ来て。ここにいちゃいけない。
That child took my other hand and pulled with a grim expression on his face. Rosa didn't have a clue what was going on. However, a single honest expression on a child can often tell the truth better than 100 words from an adult. He didn't know the situation, but even so, he dashed along with him, still being pulled. But this was a world where nothing could be seen in the darkness except for their own forms. Didn't even really feel like she was moving forwards. Even though she was running, couldn't even feel any wind. It was as though she was still inside a nightmare, that kind of unreal sensation. Oh, even though I ran, I couldn't maintain my sense of balance and my legs got tangled and I fell. Even in a world that didn't feel real, the pain of smashing my face against the cold hard floor was reality itself.
ウリュウ、大丈夫？ごめんなさいね。頭が痛むの。
When the kid said that infantile word, Uyu, pain like being struck with needles ran through my head again. Even though it only happened twice, I was somehow able to understand that child word was the cause of my pain. So I said so frankly.
ごめんなさい。その、ウリュウという口癖をやめてもらえる？ウリュウ。
There it is again.
ちょっと、やめてって言ってるでしょ。ごめんなさい。
I had a feeling this child's apology caused a sharp pain in my forehead this time. What is this child? I know there's no malice in him, but when I'm around this child, my head hurts. You killed
大
him.
丈夫？早く行こう。ここは行っちゃダメ。どうしてここにいちゃダメなの？ねえ、ここはどこ？あなたは誰？あなたのママはどこ？僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。
What? The child stared at me with round eyes. This kid's mama is me? Who who is this kid? I don't remember at all.
僕のこと忘れ、ママが僕を作ったんだよ。ちょっと冗談はやめて。私の子供はマリアだけよ。そう。マリアはどこ？マリアはどこなの？マリア！
I suddenly grew nervous about Maria not being there. Why am I all alone in a place like this? Where's Maria? I'm only able to be me because Maria's there for me.
マリアはいるけど、今はマリアじゃない。
Oh?
今は会わない方がいいの。その方がママのためだし、マリアのためなの。マリアのためにも逃げて。え？何を言ってるの？マリアはどこ？マリア！返事をして！マリアに見つかっちゃう。早くこっちに来て、ママ！
The child pulled on my hand again. He was probably pulling me in the opposite direction from Maria, so I stopped walking.
話してよ。大体あなたは誰よ？あなたにママなんて言われる覚えはないわよ。僕を作ってくれたのはママだよ。忘れちゃったの？マリアのバースデープレゼントにするために僕を手作りしてくれたの忘れちゃったの？あなたマリアの作太郎。うん、ママに作ってもらったライオンのぬいぐるみだよ。
Oof. Here, sharp pain struck me. It came from the palm he grasped with his hand. And I knocked his hand away without thinking and looked at my palm. A hole the size of a thumb had opened there. A deep red blood gushed out. It was a hole so big that I could see through the other side. So what's happening with her?
大丈夫？大丈夫？どうしたの？
Laktaro noticed my wound and panicked. As far as I could tell by looking at him, he couldn't understand why my hand had sustained a serious injury. But in my eyes, it felt like I'd been injured because he grabbed my hand, regardless of whether there was malice in him. I understood that this child was something that would do harm to me, and he instantly seemed eerie.
あっちへ行って。あなたなんか知らないわ。作太郎は気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみでしょ。私は知らないわよ。ママなんかじゃないわよ。あっちへ行って。消えて。
Oh, killed him again. Slowly, the base of Sakataro's neck was sliced in a horizontal line. Gaped open and pitch-black insides peeked out. No blood poured from it. Only an empty blackness peeked out. Way to go, Rosa! Then, from the insides of the gash, cotton snow poured out. And as bits of cotton scattered, he slumped over. Then, all that remained was a crumpled yellow cloth, and bits of cotton that looked like sticky, crushed cotton candy. A lion stuffed animal. Without a doubt. These were the remains of the Sakataro stuffed animal I tore apart on that day while overcome with my emotions. The instant I realized that, a long, sharp streak that could rupture an eardrum tore the world apart. like a flood from a broken dam, or like a broken TV. Maria cried out in a high-pitched voice. Her voice, which made the ears throb, brought up two emotions in me. One was regret. Yeah, I was overcome by my emotions and went overboard. Overboard? Think so? It was a mother's desire to kneel down right away, hold Maria's head, cry with her, and apologize. In actual fact, I did that right away. I held Maria's head and apologized, crying, but Maria didn't stop crying. On the contrary, she rejected me, the one who had torn her closest friend apart, and pushed me away forcefully with both hands. I had been on my knees in an unnatural position, so I fell backwards easily. Maria scraped together the yellow scraps of cloth and cotton bits, buried her face in them, and cried even more. Watching that, another emotion welled up. It welled up rapidly. And then, it burst. After all, she refused to make up with me even though I apologized, and there was nothing else I could do now anyway, and it was all Maria's fault in the first place. Oh, good. Yes. Alright, dude. Since she was too busy playing with stuffed animals all the time, she can't make any friends. Like this, she can't make any friends, and that's why people treat her like a freak. This is a perfect opportunity to give her some instructive guidance. What makes you think this way? After all, it's not like I was pampered all the time. Everything eventually breaks, is stolen, is destroyed by someone. Even I had lots of toys and treasures stolen, broken, mocked, and thrown away by my brother and sister and father and mother. But when I cried about that, while I might have shed a few tears, not once did I sob like this and trouble my parents. Throw a tantrum, get mad, hit the floor, kick, and make a racket. Even though I always wanted to, I thought I'd get in more trouble if I did, so I always held it back. It's because I held it back that I was able to become the wonderful adult I am now. Okay. Yeah, sure. Jesus, woman. At that moment, I felt something strange. The same feeling as when you use a tool recklessly and it finally breaks. But only the base is left. But I wasn't using a tool. I'd just been repeatedly hitting Maria's head with both hands. So I looked at my hands. From my wrist onwards, my hands had broken off, splintered, and disappeared. As I thought that only part of my arms had become ceramic. As though only part of my arms had become ceramic. No, as though all of me from the wrist onwards had suddenly become ceramic. And had broken and fallen. They must have gotten filled with cracks because I hit Maria too much before falling off. Oh man, this track. Oh, look. Are both of my wrists lying smashed by my feet? There was no pain, but the shocking sight of my hands breaking off from the wrist onwards made me scream. Oh.
これでもうマリアを叩けないね。
Ignoring my confusion, Maria spoke with an icy voice, slowly moving her hands away from her head where they had been defending against my barrage.
何よこれ。私の手。私の手。何をしたのよマリア。これは何なのよ。何これ。何これ。
Behind Maria's back, a black silhouette had appeared. It was the silhouette of an adult. Who? Beatrice.
娘の頭を絵本を見て温かい食事を作ることのできる腕なら残してもよいかと考え
ママはマリアの頭を撫でるより絵本なんかめくってくれない。ご飯だって作ってくれない。マリアが自分で買いに行くの。でも同じお店に何度も行っちゃいけないし、顔を覚えられてもいけない。おまわりさんに話しかけてもいけない。なんで？どうして？マリアが悪いの？マリアはママに撫でてもらったり、絵本を読んでもらったり、 一緒にご飯を食べたりしちゃいけないの？どうして？どうして？マリア悪くないよ。マリア悪くない。ママが悪い。ママが悪い。ママは一緒に遊んでくれないけど、サク太郎は一緒に遊んでくれた。本も読んでくれた。テレビも見てくれた。一緒にご飯も食べてくれた。ママよりもっともっと大切な友達だったのに。
悪かったと思ってるわ。でも仕方ないでしょ。ママは仕事で忙しいのよ。仕事で。
Is it
ママ
though?
の仕事が忙しいのは知ってるでしょ。
Just gonna call her out on that, right?
仕方ないのよ。仕方ない。そうだ、これは仕方なき。そなたの娘が傷つき、心を引き裂かれ、涙に血を浮かべることさえ、これは仕方なき。なれば今この場にてこのようなることになるもまた、すべては仕方なきこと。さあマリ、母を名乗った女の言い分は以上だぞ。許せるか否か、無罪か、はたまた有罪か。
許せない。ママは有罪だ。サク太郎にママがしたのと同じ目に遭わせてやる。ママを首の縫い目のところから引き裂いて中の綿をぶちまけてやる。
Rhea's eyes ominously flashed blue. Blue, huh? In that instant, invisible massive arms stuck their fingernails out and tightly grasped Rosa's entire body. As the bones all over her body made a sound like twigs being stepped on, they cracked readily and broke apart. Riza had understood vaguely. The massive arms were probably her own arms from the time she tore Sakataro apart. From a stuffed animal's perspective, her arms certainly would have been this massive. So she could imagine what would happen next. The sharp nails dug deep into the base of her neck, and she heard the skin tearing with her own ears. Holy! Then, as the two witches watched over her, Rosa's flesh was split in two, top and bottom. When Sakataro had been torn apart, bits of cotton had flown about like snowflakes. But in Rosa's case, something like black thick tar came out, filthily flying all over the place. There wasn't even trace of the red blood. Of the red of blood. It was something black, filthy, and thick. It was probably what a bloodless, tearless human kept inside their body.
これはすごい。醜い。なんと汚らわしき中身か。見事であったぞマリ。さあどうか。そなたの復讐はこれにて十分。
She gonna say no?
そなたは母を許せるか。無罪か有罪か。
許せない。まだまだ許せない。有罪だ。
When Beatrice brandished her pipe cane, gold butterflies seeped up and restored Rosa's broken flesh in an instant. Oh man, how long is this gonna go for?
一つの命で償えぬほどのそなたの大罪、身をもって知る。そして自らの深き罪を思い出す。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどれほどの罪を犯したのか。
For the scale of your sin.
もしもし、ママなの？ママは何時に帰ってくるの？
ごめんなさいね。今日も仕事が忙しくて泊まりになってしまうの。
またお仕事でお泊まり？ママのお仕事、今日も大変だね。
ごめんね。本当に忙しいの。もうずっと会社に缶詰よ。外の空気も吸いやすくないから。ママの仕事は早く終わらすだけじゃダメなの。より良いデザインをあげないと次から仕事をもらえない大変な仕事なのよ。だから どうしても時間がかかっちゃうの。
うん、わかってるよ。マリア、いい子でお留守番してるから、お仕事いっぱい頑張って、早く終わらせて、お家に帰ってきてね。
ママ
Man.
のお仕事を分かってくれて、明日美味しいケーキを買って帰ることを約束するわ。
ケーキいらないよ。ケーキ屋さんによって遅くなるより、その分ちょっとでも早くママが帰ってくる方が嬉しい。
大丈夫よ。早く帰ってくるわ。約束する。だから美味しいケーキを2人で食べて、美味しい紅茶を2人で飲んで、一緒に新しい絵本を読みましょう。この間買った狼と羊のパズルで遊びましょう
The
ね。
wolves and sheep puzzle.
2人で一緒に。約束よ。
Back again.
約束、待ってるね。お仕事頑張ってね、ママ。
ほうほう、寂しい話ではあるが、互いを思い合う良き親子愛ではないか。何か問題があるというのか、マリア、そしてローザ。
その約束は私はちゃんと守ったはずよ。
But you weren't actually staying because of work.
次の日の夕方に約束通りケーキを買っていつもより早い帰宅をしたはずよ。
ううん、マリアは知ってたよ。あの日の夕方ね、ママ宛てに着払いの荷物が来たけど、お財布の中のお金が足りなかったから、ママにどうしようって相談したくて会社に電話したの。特別な時以外はかけちゃダメって言われてたけど、ママのお仕事の大切なものだったら悪いしと思って電話したの。
Oh
そした
no.
らママはお休みだって言われた。その日はずっと前からお休みに決まってて、遠くへ遊びに行っているって言われたの。マリアは知ってたよ、ママが嘘をついてるって。ずっと知ってた。でもね、サクタロがそうじゃないってマリアを叱ってくれたの。ママは毎日お仕事でとても大変。マリアを放っておいて遊んでるはずなんてないって。ママはお休みって言った人はきっと何か勘違いして言ってしまったんだよって。サクタロがそう言うんだもん。マリアは信じたよ。マリアは信じた。ママ大好き、ママ大好き。もちろんママだってマリアを愛してる、愛してるって。
ええ、私もよ。愛してるわ、マリア。
Rosa let out a deep sigh. Maybe she felt the weight of her words, and she set the receiver on the bedside phone down. A dark room made the starry sky on the ground below the window stand out even more beautifully. On the table in front of the terrace was a very cold wine cooler. The one she shared a glass with was gazing at the scene below.
娘さんに旅行って話してないんですか？
Oh?
行くっ
Voice?
て言って前にうるさかったんで、以来言わないことにしてるんです。その方が面倒がなくていいんで。
娘さんが気になるなら無理に日程を組まなくてもよかったじゃありませんか。
でもそれじゃいつまで経っても予定が合わないし、それは気にしないでって言ったでしょ。
The slender middle-aged man clad in a white robe gave a small sigh. Rosa reacted instantly to that action.
もう娘の話はなしにして、せっかくの上等なワインが台無しよ。
私はあなたに一人の人間としても女性としても魅力を感じています。
Pretty sure this is a new voice too. I don't recognize it. Trying to like think through everyone.
ですが、だからこそこうして時間を割くのは申し訳ないと感じています。
私と娘の事情は気にしないでくださいっていつも言ってるじゃないですか。あなたと二人きりの時に娘の話はしないようにしてるでしょ。電話だって下のロビーでうるさい酔っ払いがバカ笑いしてなければここではかけなかった。
ローザさん、こういう唐突な日程での旅行は娘さんのためにも今後は少し考えませんか？
And I don't know who she's going out with, but he's far more reasonable and whatnot than Rosa is. Holy.
互いの日程があった時だけでいいじゃありませんか。
それじゃ全然日程が合わないじゃないですか。私はいつだって一緒にいたいのに。
それは子供の恋愛の仕方です。大人同士の恋愛はもう少しストイックであるべきですよ。ローザさんと一緒にいられる時間が長く取れないことは僕も寂しいです。ですがその限られた時間と機会で僕たちは十分に大人の恋愛を楽しめていると思いますよ。
それはもっと娘と一緒にいろと、女でなく母でいろということですか。
あなただって望んでいることでしょう。娘さんと一緒にゆっくり過ごしたいとあなただって思っているはずだ。僕は逃げません。僕との時間を優先するために娘さんを犠牲にするのは気の毒だと申し上げたいのです。
奥さんとのより戻したんですか。別れるのが嫌になったんですね。
妻の話はしたくない。あなたが娘さんの話をしたくないのと同じです。
子連れの女は面倒だって思ったんでしょう。
そんなこと今までに一度も言ったことはありませんよ。
みんな子連れだと分かると手のひらを返す。あの子の養育費は気にしなくていいからと言ってもみんな手のひらを返す。あなたは娘のことを理解してくれてると思ったのに、やっぱり子連れだと嫌なんですね。
そうは言っていません。ローザさんのことを嫌いになってなどいませんよ。私が言いたいのは娘さんをもっと大事にしなさい。あなた自身もそれを望んでいるはずだ。だから娘さんに嘘をついて自らを傷つけてほしくない。
Just in time for another Rosa Umineko moment. Yo, Audiosham. Man, this guy's apparently cheating on his wife. But at the same time, he seems a far a lot more better than Rosa's ever been. Holy. He sounds so, like, reasonable here. What he's doing is bad, but I feel like I can't hate him at all for what he's saying. Here's more about Maria than she does, and he's probably never even met her.
そう言ってるだけなんです。
Like, he's being all cool and reasonable about it, and Rosa's immediately just upset and probably not even seeing this guy anymore because he mentioned her daughter once.
嘘つき。
Yeah, here it
私
is.
のことが面倒になっただけ。
そんなことは言っていない。
いいえ、わかるの。私にはわかるわ。あの子を理由に何度も捨てられた私だからわかるの。雰囲気でわかるわ。そうよ、あなたもそう。他の男たちと一緒。子連れの女は嫌なのよ。バツイチは嫌なのよ。面倒なのよ。知らない男と作った子供の親になんかなりたくないんでしょ。ええ、そうよね。その気持ちすっごいわかるわ。
Had absolutely no control over her emotions.
子連れの男と付き合ったことがあるけど、その気持ちすっごい分かったの。だから娘を理解してくれるあなたとなら一緒になれるって信じたのに。そうよ、あんたなんて邪魔だったの。
Again, it's not her fault, huh?
私はとっく
It'd
に
never be Rose's
女と
fault.
しての幸せをつかめたのよ。あんたの存在が私の幸せをいつも邪魔するのよ。私だってあんたなんか産みたくなかったわよ。いいえ、違うわ。あんたと一緒に幸せな家庭を築けたらと思ったわよ。でもあんたが生まれる直前にあいつは蒸発したわ。私と温かい家庭を築くと言って私を騙し、永遠に私の前から消え去ったわ。
Whatever I wonder what happened to him.
残ったの
I have
は
absolutely no info about Maria's mother, or father rather, at all.
愛も思い出も何もない。あの男は今どこへ？私との日々を温かな思い出に勝手に変えて、新しい恋人に出会ったかもしれない。そして今度こそ幸せな家庭を築けたかもしれない。そして私はあんたがいる。恋も探せない。男は好きに女を渡り歩いて武勇伝気取り。なのに女にはあんたがいる。あんたという重しがいるのよ。あんたのせいで私は恋を探せない。愛が得られない。一人で生きていくしかない。
Jesus.
それさえも許されてないわ。私には一人で酔いつぶれたい夜さえ許されていない。あんたは誰？何者？私の人生を台無しにして私の新しい人生さえ許してくれないあんたは私の人生の何者なのよ。死ね！消えろ！あんたなんか生まれてきた時から大嫌い。
Oh.
あんたがお腹の中にいた頃からそれを前向きに受け入れようと頑張って良き母を演じてきたわ。私は頑張った。同世代の女性たちが独身を謳歌し、時に恋に遊び、あるいは愛に結ばれるのを横目に見ながら、私は女と母の二足のわらじを吐き続けたわ。その私の苦労を誰も褒めない、称えない。自業自得、子持ちは嫌。負け組の遠吠え、うぶな小娘がいい。こっちから願い下げよう。ケツの青い若造どもが。必死だった私はさぞかし簡単に落ちる女に見えたろうさ。必死だったわよ。まだまだ恋をしたい年頃の私が
Completely breaking, holy.
日々を仕事と育児で忙殺されていき、どれほど必死だったか想像もつかないでしょうよ。あんたの本当の父親ももちろん憎いわよ。でも破局を迎えた責任は私と彼に半々だわ。私にも逃げられるだけのしつこさがあったのかもしれない。でもその後の破局は全部あんたのせい。私はあんたにそれをなじったことはあったないでしょ。
Never, huh?
男に逃げられて酔いつぶれたいその次の日があんたの授業参観。泣き晴らした目を発言賞でごまかして、あんたが的外れな発言をしてクラス中から失笑されてた時の私の気持ちなんてあんたどころか世界中の誰にもわからないでしょうよ。あんたが嫌い、大嫌い。そしてこれまでにあんたを本当に愛したことなんてただの一度もない。
Jeez, the worst she's ever been. Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained red with fresh blood by now. Even after gaining the power of Witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Takatao, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth.
醜い。ああ、情欲に溺れた女のなんと醜きことか。これがこの女の本性よ。邪悪を極めし千年の魔女のわらわとて見るに耐えぬことこの上なし。
Who's worse, Beatrice or Rosa?
ああ、マリア
Pretty
よ。
tough fight, right? That one.
今こそ決別の時。そなたの母を名乗った醜き肉の塊を打ち砕け。そなたの無垢なる魂、親子なる鎖にてこれ以上束縛される意味はなし。 自らの魂を今こそ解放せよ。そなたは自らを守る牙と爪を今こそ手に入れたのだ。
Tooth and claw to protect yourself.
マリアを苦しめてきた日々を今こそ思い知らせてやる。苦しみの日々を今こそ復讐してやる。
Laughing?
その私を苦しめてきたのはあんたじゃない。私が復讐したいくらいよ。あんたが生まれる前にそうすればよかった。あんたなんか生まなければよかった。消えてしまえ。うわ
As Rosa howled in a way that could only be described by the word splat, her upper body was crushed, and in an instant became something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel.
潰れてしまえ。許せない。許せない。
クズがふさわしい姿よ。
Even though Rosa's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched, and that extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over, but the instant she fell, her body was restored. Still going!
死になさいよ。
さあマリア、そなたの怒りと悲しみ、今こそ復讐の時、怒りと悲しみの生産の時。ぶつけろ、吐き出せ。そなたの胸に打ち込まれたくさびをすべて押し出し跳ね返せ。
Maria's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time. As Rosa, who had foully insulted Maria, lays red-eagled, a neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed, as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Her heart and her lungs and her ribs were trampled so mercilessly that they were completely indistinguishable. It might have symbolized the pain in Maria's heart up until today.
さあマリア、そなたの気はこれで晴れたの。母の罪は許せる。否か無罪、有罪か。
許せない。まだまだ全然許せない。ママは有罪だ。有罪有罪有罪。許せない。
無論だとも。そなたの苦渋の日々がこの程度の罰で見合ってなるものか。思い知るがいいローザ。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
What form
殺
did you
される
have?
ためによみがえれ。己が罪を見そぐために殺されよ。何度でも。
When Beto waved her cane, the body was restored again, and Rosa sat up, coughing violently in apparent pain. And once again, she spat out curses, rejecting Maria.
お前はママなんかじゃない。魔女だ。マリアとママを苦しめる魔女だ。ママの姿をしているからって許さない。許さない。
魔女はあんたでしょ。気持ち悪い本ばかり読んで魔女ごっこにかぶれて消えるのはあんたの方よ。あんたのせいで私まで変わり者扱い。あんたのせいで。あんたのせいで。お前なんか産まなければよかった。お前なんか生まれてくるな。生まれてくる前から大嫌いだったのよ。
Maria screamed. She was unable to bear her... Or was she unable to bear her anger and sadness? Or else, had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, it was a reality that had to be accepted. Maria knew. She knew that as she thought of a burden. Or she knew that she was thought of as a burden, but even though she herself had known that, she didn't believe it. She believed that her mother loved her and had done her best to positively interpret several events that could have made her doubt this, trusting and clinging to her mother's love. But she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama, and wanted to return to the days when she believed that Mama loved her. So I howled. I'll erase all of it. I won't accept it. I'll deny it. I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them, and the part of myself that can't forgive my mother. But I can't deny it. This is reality, fact, the truth, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over in the dark world that reflected her heart. Rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture which could not be escaped from even by death. This was the true, deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will. Thus, every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria. Rosa has unrivaled single-target trauma damage, however, Beatrice beats her with her island-wide AoE.
気は晴れたかマリア。そなたの怒りは
Umineko RPG 1.
許せるものか許せるものか許さない許さないマリアの苦しみのすべてを教えてやるもっともっと教えてやるまだまだ足りない全然足りない生まれた時から生まれる前から蔑まれてきたこの怒りと悲しみがどうしても消せないの
Wish Maria was in the fighting game. The scene shows he has infinite potential.
あんたなんか大嫌い大嫌い
Revive over and over again. Return to meat lump over and over again. In various ways she's crushed, smashed, beat, and tore to bits. Flying blood splatter and flesh turned the once pitch black world into a world mixed red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. If that all became poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? But even this wasteful murder saved her soul, at least a little bit. This endless torture might become a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed that she'd finally been able to regain her smile.
思い知れマリアの不幸の根源め思い知れ私の痛みがこの程度ではないことをどうしたのもう笑わないの笑ってみせろよ
Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out, and pitch black cranial fluid gushed. And black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Oops, what am I doing there? There we go.
ほらよみがえりなよ笑ってみせなよほらほら
Her whole chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed like some kind of impure creature.
よみがえってまだ笑えるまだ笑える
Rosa couldn't laugh anymore. But her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice. Next, I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, I'll crush it, I'll tear it to bits. Whoa!
笑ってみせてよマ してるって言ってよ。次の日曜日の約束をしようよ。お買い物に行こう、映画に行こう。そしてその約束をどうせ破るんだよ。楽しいねママ、楽しいね。マリアは今ママと遊んでるんだね。
そうだ、そなたは今母と遊んでいるのだ。じゃれているのだ。どうか今の感情は怒りでも悲しみでも苦しみでもないはず。
そうだね、わかるよベアトリーチェ。私は今すっごく楽しいよ。ママと遊んでるんだもん。すっごく楽しい。そしてママを何度も何度も殺してるのに魔法一つで好きなだけ生き返らせられる。おもちゃは壊したら直せないから大事にした。でも治るおもちゃなら何度でも壊したい。
Having the same thought as Evatrus. Oh.
でも作太郎は治らないんだね。治せないんだね。作ったママが、産んだママが認めないから。私もママに認められてないんだね。だから壊れたマリアももう治らないんだね。
Uh-oh.
楽しいな。楽しいよママ。こんなにも楽しくなったらなぜかママが許せる気がしてきたの。ねえベアト、これはとっても不思議な感情。どうしてマリアはママを許せる気持ちになってきたの？
Oh, the music building back is good, holy.
それは生き死にを自由にできる力を得た魔女のみがたどり着く。いつでも殺せ、必要なら蘇らせ、面倒ならまた殺せばいい。それをいつでも指一本鳴らすだけでできることを知ったなら、人の世のざれ言はその全ては聞き流すに等しい虫の声いいかよ。そなたに母を許そうという感情が芽生えて、そなたが母の愛に目覚めたからではない。そなたが今こそ真の魔女の世界の入り口に立ったからだ。ようこそマリア。深遠なる、そして甘美なる魔女の世界へ。
なったんだ。マリアはもうマリアじゃない。まだ見習いかもしれないけれど人間の世界を超えた。私はもう原初の魔女見習いマリアなんだ。もう私は何も悔しくない、悲しくない。ママ許してあげるよ。きっと私はママを許せる。もうちょっとしたら許せると思うの。だって魔女だから。
Oh. Jeez. Really laughing and killing, laughing and killing. Maria would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times. Graciously. She gained access to the soundboard. A true witch. Oh.
でけえな、今の落雷は。
I don't mind that. That was just Maria, like, killing her mother again for the billionth time. So, A lot of impressive things have been happening back in Rokujima, but how what we always like obviously the whole thing with freaking Kinzo summoning the rabbits and demons and whatnot. The whole thing with Maria there definitely didn't happen. So what's actually going on? What's the truth? Somehow barely the first Twilight. Most action in the freaking in all of the episodes so far. Holy. I doubt any of this changed, yeah. Man, seeing the other end of that phone call that Rosa gave Maria was so good. Rosa's absolutely terrible. Holy. Anyway, I'm almost out of coffee. I was chugging that during all of that. Not usual break time, so I'm just gonna quickly go and get a refill and then be right back. Just like a minute. BRV while I also like take it and all that just happened. So I guess Maria's like a full witch now. I wonder what that's gonna mean for the rest of the episode going forward. Valor have anything to say about that? Did he see that? Hmm. Oh man. All right. Okay. But things seem to be like in the Rokujima side, like not counting the stuff happening, I guess 12 years after and all that. Things seem to be like spiraling down pretty hard. We got the whole thing where Angie and in Lambda that happened where she said that what that like Angie's just a chess piece and what Burns said was like a lie. We got this whole thing with Maria going like fully insane, I want to say. I don't know, that seems to be reserved for her mother, but I guess we'll see how that changes going forward. What else is there? There's the freaking whole thing with Kinzo, the goldsmith. Hmm. Things are a lot more flashy and intense. Anyway, let's continue. Not too much to go on right now in terms of theories and stuff. Just a whole bunch of magical bullshit. Thunder was loud.
近いんじゃねえか
みたいだね。いくつになっても落雷にはビクッとさせられるね。
What do you mean? Thunder doesn't make me jump. Thunder is sick. Ella was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would shine, and he seemed to be enjoying it. I would enjoy it too. Hey Maria, had a nice dream?
おなんだよ。バトラが騒がしくしてるからマリアが起きちゃったじゃねえか。ごめんなマリア。バトラが騒がしくて。
なんだよ俺のせいかよ。悪いなマリア、寝てていいぞ。おやすみな。
Maria was a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight.
おお、もういい。寝ない。
いいから寝てろって。まだ寝ぼけてるぜ。
寝ぼけてない。
なんだよ、もろに寝ぼけてるじゃねえか。寝てろ寝てろい。
寝ぼけてない。寝ぼけてない。
Oh boy, Battler, what are you doing?
よせってバカバトラ。なあもう寝起きのこの機嫌を悪くするなんてバカだな。寝ぼけてない。寝ぼけてないもん。
わかってるよ、マリアちゃん。寝ぼけてなんかないよ。だから落ち着いて。
寝ぼけてないもん。寝ぼけてないもん。
Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up, but Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Battler had only been trying to tease her a bit, so he was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head, trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't going to be quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying it's your fault too.
こら、二人とも静かにして。ジェシカちゃん、ポットにまだお湯があったよね。お茶でも入れてあげてくれる？落ち着いた？マリアちゃん。
Looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit, but she still glared at Battler and made fun of her with sharp eyes.
バトラー君もふざけて言っただけなんだよ。マリアちゃんが寝ぼけてるなんて思ってないよ。だから落ち着いて。ね。
Oh? George noticed. Maria was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about. Muttering like she... Hold on, what? Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she was muttering while thinking about, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, something brutal would happen over and over. Why Battler? What did he do? Just said you were half asleep, dude. George felt something creepy for just an instant, but he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out from the depths of the girl's eyes for just a moment. Wait, what? Couldn't spot. Okay, so I did read that. For a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria had stopped her bizarre quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go.
おお許す
そうマリアちゃんは偉いな。バトラ君、マリアちゃんが許してくれたよ。仲直りして。
ああ、悪いな、からかって。許してくれ。
ほらマリア仲直りの印にカフェオレ作ってやったぜ。砂糖いっぱい入ってるから甘いぜ。いらない。でも許すよ。魔女だからね。
One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice. But it's only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that it had probably only looked that way when the lightning lit her cheek with a pale white light for an instant. Ow! Howdy, dude. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. It was already about 10:30 late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. And along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Goda and Kumasawa's voices that clearly told them this was an abnormal situation.
熊沢でございますよ。ご無事でございますか皆さん。どうしたものやら、どうしたものやら。
When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. It looked like they had dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella.
どうしたんだよ二人とも。
Oh no, panic's gonna like start setting in everywhere, dude.
それが親方様が旦那様が
Get a hold of yourself, dude. Oh! Oh, so what a scene break. Dude, what is happening this episode? Oh. Back to the pitch black room. It was a pitch black room. There were no windows, and with the weak light bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room with some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. Oh. However, even with just a little light, one could at least make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars. Oh, Kyria?
どこなの？
わからん。
And Cross.
ここは屋敷の地下なのか。食堂の真下にこんな部屋があったのか。
He had dropped into what appeared to be a pit, falling into this room. Therefore, it was natural to assume that this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Kraus could bring himself to believe that there were pitfalls rigged in his beloved dining hall, where he had enjoyed his meals for years. And that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it. But the ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they'd fallen from somewhere up there. That's not what this is. Don't say that. No, all 5 people who had been dropped here thought the same thing. Even Rosa? Rosa's here? Although they had the sensation of falling into a pit. There was no way there could be pitfalls in a dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under it. But the truth was that they actually had fallen into this place and were locked in. So, they were confused. Nanjo!
あの高さから落ちて誰も怪我をしなかったのは幸運かもしれませんな。シャン、カノン、君たちはこんな部屋の存在は知っていたかね。
いいえ、僕たちもこのような部屋のことは存じかねます。
本当に？
本当です。本当にこんな部屋知りません。
Despite their age, Kyrie apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of the mansion's tricks. There was a long silence, as if Cross was evaluating their answer.
いや、シャノンたちが知らないのは事実だろう。何しろ綺麗好きのシャノンだ。彼女がこの部屋を知っていたなら、もっとピカピカに磨き上げているだろう。この部屋の汚さが、君たちがこの部屋を知らないことの証だ。今はそんなことより、これからどうするかの方が先決だと思わんかね。 その通りです。警察に、いえいえ、それから救急にも早く電話をしなければ。
Nanjo's words were hollow. Obviously, 6 people had been killed in the dining hall. Everybody had seen the exact moment when they'd been killed. Since half their heads had been destroyed, anyone could tell that their deaths had been instant with just a single glance. Everyone understood that first aid no longer held any meaning.
ありがとう、南條先生。私たちは伴侶がもう生きてはいないことを理解できてる。気休めでも救急と言い添えてくれてありがとう。
夏井。
Even Cross is upset. Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere, but Cross shook his head harshly over and over and, for the time being, decided to forget the pain of losing his wife and to dedicate himself to figuring out where they were.
みんな聞きたまえ。親父はもうダメだ。口で言って理解や説明が求められる段階にもうない。
Nobody answered. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people had been killed in an instant. And Kinzo had even been so bold as to proclaim that we'd become sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders. Since we've been locked up in this place, we too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness, and bit by bit, we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. What we thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out not to be furniture at all. There were things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious that it was eerier than a mere jail cell. Since the objects were rusted together and coated in thick dust, there was no doubt that they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things concealed and forgotten madness. However, we had been locked away in this room. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm.
とにかくここを抜け出そう。私たちは伴侶や友人を失い、涙を流すことに時間を費やしたいが。
Ross being reasonable, smart about this.
お子様方はご無事でしょうか。
祈るしかない。そういえば、熊沢さんと郷田さんはここにはいないな。
Yeah, they escaped.
ひょっとすると無事に逃げ延びられたのかも。
Wait, who were the full 6 then? Matsui, that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. These. Was it Rosa? I thought she just fell into the hole with the others. But I guess not. The ones in the hole right now are 3, 4, 5. Did Rosa die in that initial, like, first set of murders? And what we were looking at was like an afterlife of sorts for her or something like that?
もしれませんが、子供たちと合流しててくれれば心強いのですが。
Right, she tried to attack. Alright, I remember that. Right, right. A little bit hazy. Never know, it'd be a relief if we up with the children.
ゴーダさんはいざと
They
いう
were.
時頼りになるし、熊沢さんは経験豊富で落ち着いてるし。
Dude, Goda is crying right now, and Kumasawa can't even say a sentence, like, fully without stuttering. They're both panicking and freaking the fuck out in front of the others right now, dude.
きっと力になってくれると思います。
そうだといいがな。
Shannon and Cross smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how improper that was and stopped clearing their throats.
楽観はできないよ、姉さん。僕らに続いて、もう襲われてしまってる可能性だってある。
同感ね。お父様が食堂で執行したのは。
Actually, hold on. So, who's gonna be the second Twilight? Is it gonna go back to being George and Shannon? I guess it could also be Jessica and Canon, but would they really reuse the, I guess they would have to, right? Unless Goda and Kumasawa. Or Nanjo and Kumasawa. Kenzo can't die. He's the one doing the killing. He is the goldsmith. Battler is not Maria's father. There's no way. I'm dropping the game if something like that comes up. Prove it. I don't need to. I refuse.
なら第2の番は寄り添いし2
Oh,
人を引
the
き裂け。
talking about it.
逃げ隠れて寄り添っている郷田さんと熊沢さんがもう殺されている可能性だって否定できないわ。
Oh, I guess technically they would be close together. The rest they were running away. Does that count?
きっとゲストハウスに合流してて子供たちを守ってくれているなんて楽観。現時点では全くできないわよ。
Very coolly analyzed the worst case. Would that actually count? Oh, what? We don't get no epitaph? Interesting that we don't get the epitaph this time around. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I don't think... You know what? Know what, by hearth? I don't got a hearth. All these requirements. Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Could that... does it count if it's interpreted as, like, just two people standing next to each other or something? I think that can't be. Also... in every episode so far, I guess the first three, those who remain, that part hasn't made sense, like, at all in terms of the like the ceremony, the murders. Same thing with those who remain shall praise my noble name. Those two must be part of the like the actual like hidden riddle that like Eva solved, right? Hmm. Those who remain could include the murderer who would be tearing them apart. But it feels like it's implying like all the others who are left. Like those being like plural. Multiple people. Hmm. Thinking about how that riddle could be solved, and I'm not getting anything, dude. I still got no clue on how to actually solve that thing. Everyone was a murderer except for the second Twilight victim. Solved it. Damn! Hold on. That makes sense. Kyrie Cody... It's... Kyrie totally analyzed the worst case scenario. For her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children from becoming the insane family head's sacrifices. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect children from sorrow. It seemed that both Kyrie and Cross were strong enough to forget about their grief, if only for the time being. They would let their tears flow later. In order to protect the children, they had to act.
とにかくここを脱出しよう。相当古い牢屋のようだ。なんとか鉄格子を破れないだろうか。室内をくまなく探して、脱出手段を探してみよう。
ここにはガラクタがいろいろあるわ。何か役に立ちそうな道具とか落ちてないかしら。武器になるものがあるかもしれないし、鉄格子を破れるものがあるかもしれない。
She pulled a lighter from her pocket. She herself didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching this dim dungeon.
シャノンはキリエさんを手伝い、室内カノンは私と一緒に鉄格子の具合を確かめてみよう。これだけ古い牢屋だ。ひょっとするとガタが来ているかもしれない。
私は何をお手伝いしましょうかな。
体力を温存していてください。やがてここに親父殿が現れるだろう。親父殿に言葉が届くのは南條先生だけです。ある意味南條先生に我々の命は握られているかもしれない。
Oh man.
私の言葉などもう届きはせんでしょう。申し訳ないが、そのお役には立てそうにない。
なら、南條先生のお医者としての知識を貸してください。人間を即座に混沌させるような毒って存在するのかしら。
Make people instantly faint.
人間を即座に混沌させる毒？
I'm suspecting Nanjo even more if he knows of something like
どうい
that.
うことですか？
私たちは落とし穴に落とされて、この地下牢に落ちてきたと信じている。あの混乱している場で、私たちはそうだったろうと信じたわ。でも、この地下牢の広さを測ってみて分かった。この地下牢があの食堂の地下というのはありえないことなのよ。
どうしてありえないってわかるんですか？
姉さんはバカだな。この地下牢は食堂に比べて狭すぎる。
その通り、一番目に落とされたのはクラウス兄さん。 2番目が私。クラウス兄さんはこの部屋に落ちてきた時、その場を動いたかしら。
お恥ずかしながら落下の痛みでうめいていたよ。そのすぐ傍らにキリエさんがすぐに落ちてきたんだ。
食堂でのクラウス兄さんと私の立ち位置と、落下時の落下場所の距離が明らかにおかしいのよ。
確かに言われてみればその通りです。その次に落ちたのは私だから、お二人の位置関係はよく覚えている。
What if like the underneath of the dining hall was like one big like little funnel shape? Funneled you all in to like the exact point.
食堂でのお二人の間の距離はこの部屋よりもあったかもしれない。
Get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
私たちは落とし穴に落ちてダイレクトにここに落下したわ。集合する下水道管みたいに一度集められてからここに落ちたわけじゃない。落下は一瞬だったでしょ。そんな凝った排水管みたいな穴を転がされた覚えはないわ。
確かに落とし穴では説明がつかんな。おかしな話だ。
それとキリエ様のおっしゃる人間を即座に混沌させる毒というのはどう関係がある
Come
ん
on,
ですか？
Shanna. It means a drug like that exists. You could just like drag them in here while they're unconscious.
キリエ様は多分食堂に落とし穴なんかなかったとお考えなんじゃ。
しかし現に私たちは落ちたぞ。
落とし穴に落ちたような気がするが正解よ。無理もないわ。そうとしか例えられない体験だったから。
なるほど。つまりこうおっしゃいたいわけですな。私たち
つまり
は落とし穴に落とされたのではなく、例えば毒矢のようなもので撃たれ瞬時に意識を失い、まるで落とし穴に落ちたよと思い込んでしまっているのかもしれないと。
なるほど。食堂に無数の落とし穴が仕掛けられていて、我々がそれに何十年も気づかず食事をしていたとするよりは、よほど説得力が。
Bravo. I believe that explanation, but alright, how do you explain that this oh everyone else died? How do you start explaining that part?
姉さん、時計はある？
うん懐中時計があるわよ。
Pocket watch.
22時40分くらいね。
Okay, so N40?
僕の時計もそうなってる。つまり僕たちは食堂での大騒ぎから十数分も時間を経過させてないってことになる。
Ah, just 10 minutes.
私の時計も同様だ。我々が混沌させられてどこかへ担ぎ込まれたと仮定するには、
What if they
時
just
間の経過が短すぎる。
set back everyone's watch like 30 minutes or something after dragging them in here? I believe Kenzo could do that. He's smart. He'd probably think of something like that.
時間だけを見るなら、やはり我々は食堂の真下へ落とし穴で落とされたと考えるのが妥当だ。
時計の針なんていくらでもいじれるわ。
True.
私たちが気絶している間に全員の時計を巻き戻したのかもしれない。
Fucking Carrie is saying what I was just thinking, dude.
その可能性がなかったことは証明不能よ。
落とし穴にせよ、混沌させる毒にせよ、私たちは用心するに越したことはないというわけですな。
Kenzo never answered the question if a drug like that does exist.
それで南條先生、混沌させる毒
Oh,
は
okay.
存在するんですか？
They're getting to it.
それはキリエさんの論法と同じですな。私の知らない未知の毒物にそういう効用のものがないとは証明できません。
用心に越したことはないという、ごめんなさい。無駄な質問だったわ。
Useless.
ただ私の仮説によりこの地下牢が食堂の真下とは限らないという可能性は示唆できたと思う。
なるほど。広大な森の中のどこかに隠されていると親父殿の隠し屋敷の地下牢に運び込まれている可能性もある。
Oh,
とい
they're
うことか。
bringing that up again in this episode, huh?
ここを脱出して外へ出ればそれもわかる。それを詮索するのはここから出てからでもいいだろうな。
その通りね。本当にごめんなさい。さっきから無駄な質問と詮索ばかりだわ。
いや、とても頼もしいよ。今後も何かに気づいたら教えてくれたまえ。ここを脱出する何かのヒントになるかもしれない。ルドルフからいつも聞かされていたよ。君の発想にはいつも驚かされ、時には重要なヒントにもなるとね。
He's
君
pretty
がここ
smart.
にいてくれたのは不幸中の幸いだ。
ありがとう。私もルドルフさんに聞いてるわ。クラウス兄さんは普段は威張っているけれど、いざという時は責任感にあふれる頼りがいのある兄だって。
Would Rudolph have really had said something like that?
さすがにそれは世辞が過ぎるね。
Then you two who are close, Cross and Kyrie.
クソ。それにしても頑丈な鉄格子だ。カノンの方はどうかね。
いえ、こちらも全く。
Actually, close doesn't necessarily have to mean lovers, right? It's just that's the way it's been for the past episodes. It could be canon Shannon since they're close like brothers and sisters, right? Like siblings. They aren't actually siblings. I think we learned that much. But we know that they seem to care for each other in that way. So both of them together, I think, could count as the second Twilight if needed. Close my ass? What do you mean? What's wrong? What's wrong with what I said? Oh, Rosa and Maria was the second Twilight for episode 3, so we know it can just be whatever the fuck. Right, okay, that's what you're talking about. I forgot they were the second Twilight in episode 3. I was only thinking of first two. They were close by blood. I don't know anymore, man. Beatrice, can you like put a few revisions and clarifications in your epitaph? I don't know, can we get some like some red text on some things here? Rawson kind of tried wiggling the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle a little bit around it, but they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. Like a crowbar? It was still too far early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle. And it was better for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there's no doubt they'd once again be overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and curl up, clutching their knees. Like Battler, like all the episodes before.
キリエさんたちの方はどうかね。何か見つかったかね。
握って隠せる程度の石ころは見つかるわ。こんなものでも武器にはなるかも。さすがに
Some stones?
鉄格子を削り取ることは無理でしょうね。シャノンちゃんはどう？
いいえ。
Oh, another angle of the room. There's a telephone!
これ電話です。
Oh.
つながってるわけもないわ。でもコードは何かを縛ったり武器にも使えるかも。 壊して分解すれば金属部品を取り出せるわ。クラス兄さん、鉄格子を開ける鍵穴はもちろんあるわよね。
ああ、だいぶ鍵穴の大きい大時代的なものだがね。針金のようなものでいじれば騙せるかもしれないな。
電話の金属部品で何か代用できるかもしれない。その電話、武器になるわね。
And then the phone rings.
投資と同じだよ。情報は武器だ。
Ross and Curie laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using a phone as a means of communication.
何やってんの、姉さん。
その電話つながってるかなって思って。
バカだな、姉さんは。
Whisper.
あれ
At that point, Shannon let out a small surprised cry.
キリエ様、この電話つながってます。
なんですって？
What's going on though? Hold on. Canon asked what Shannon was doing. That she was wondering if the phone was working. Called her an idiot and whispered something to her. What's going on? Hold on. This seems weird. Wouldn't an easy way to see if it works is just to pick up the receiver? I could listen for like a dial tone or something? It almost makes me think that Canon just told her to act surprised and say that. Oh no, let's continue and see where this goes. This sequence event seems a bit odd. Maybe phones in 80s Japan are different. Didn't think too much about it. I'm gonna think overly about it. What did you say? It was like when people move out an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall. And just looking at it, there was no reason to assume that it wasn't hooked up. To think it actually was. Harry took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Oh, so she did take up the receiver. Wait. But... what was he whispering to her then? Called her an idiot and just whispered to her, just pick up the phone, stupid. It's easier to check that way. Harry took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Certainly, the electric hum of phone was a familiar sound. And this phone was certainly live. Oh, I haven't seen this sprite before.
連中が本気で見落とした可能性が高い。気づかれたら今度こそ電話線を切断されるかもしれないわ。警察への通報を盗聴されて何も困ることはないのだし。
Surely that was true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear some important piece of information, but the way things were right then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Yuri instantly concluded that it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap.
確かに一理あります。外線は確か0番からだ。
カノ君、私は電話するから、あなたは外の様子を伺ってくれる？誰かが近づいてくる気配があったら知らせて。
はい。
And raced off towards sandbars, silenced his breathing and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed 110. That the emergency phone number they have in Japan? However, she pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well.
外線は0番から？ 110番は0110じゃないの？うまくかからない。
貸したまえ。私がかけよう。
Ross took the receiver in Curie's place and tested various things. But in the end, they were unable to notify the police. The phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean that they were not so naive?
やっぱり無理ですか。
敵も甘くはないってことね。
Ray let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. Like, I had this... I don't know if I mentioned this in, like, in past streams of this, but, something about Kyrie this entire episode that seemed off to me. Like, it doesn't feel right. Like, the whole thing at the beginning where she did the whole conclusion that, that Kenzo was probably already dead. The way she was acting then didn't feel correct. The way, like, earlier here, where she instantly concluded that the phone being here was a mistake, I feel like, from what I know about Kiri in the other episodes, that doesn't feel the same as how she was then. Too powerful, too smart, that's why they gotta kill her early. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like, the way she's been this entire episode so far doesn't feel like the more level-headed, calculating Kyrie that we seen bits of in the previous episodes. It's something about it doesn't seem right to me, and I don't know if I'm actually just overthinking things or if something's going on with that. I feel like she's concluding things too early. At the very beginning, she concluded, like, she made all her deductions and all that. That seemed normal, and then she ended up... It feels like she concluded that Kinzo was probably already dead. Much too early. And she seemed a bit smug about that conclusion, too. I think one of the lines at the end before, like, a scene transition or something was something like, of course, how could he appear if he's already dead? How could he possibly be alive if he's been dead or something like that? Or how could he come down if he's, like, actually dead? Something like that. I don't remember the exact line. And then there was a little bit of that same thing here, like, this phone has to be a mistake on their end. That there wasn't... It didn't seem like she thought too much, or didn't think about it enough. It's... Maybe I'm just thinking too hard on that. We'll see where that goes. That's gonna Still be on my mind a little bit, though. Ray let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment she may actually have had the naive hope that the phone might actually work. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to that naive hope for even a single moment. Then she remembered just what was happening here. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that right before her eyes, or rather, exactly because of that, she still couldn't think of that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less that she couldn't believe it, more like she didn't want to. Don't show me crazy Kinzo. Ushiromiya Kinzo killed 6 family members. He summoned strange witch-like demon-like people right out of thin air, and with something like magic, began to kill people one after another. It's just all so screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that spectacle.
そんなことあるわけがない。あれはきっとお父様の友人か何か。それがあらかじめ食堂のどこかに隠れていて、手品的に突然姿を現して私たちを驚かせただけなんだわ。そう考えなくちゃあのめちゃくちゃを説明できない。
But when those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow had flown around and around the room. Text box? That had truly looked like magic. Just what's going on with the text boxes, like weirdly overlapping each other? Was that another thing we just... Was that another thing we just saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosive. For example, a serene toy, plain like they sell at candy stores, painted gold, and with a powerful explosive load on to the end of it. However, though it had seemed to be flying about at random, Curie couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time had perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after another. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets, making a high-tech steering plane on the same level as a guided missile, right?
そんなバカバカしい仕掛けを膨大な私費を投じて作らせたと。
Maybe.
あのおかしな余興のためにお
He
父
could.
様ならやりかねないって。
A number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. 6 people had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object. And the 5 of us were locked away in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls. So mysterious. Or I was put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. Until so strong he's breaking your game. Can anyone stop this man? I don't think anyone could stop him. He's too powerful this episode. The family conference started a bit after 2200. It's only been a bit more than 30 minutes since then. Most likely, even though I witnessed it myself, that event took place in such a short period of time, so I still can't understand it, and I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it would probably be impossible for anybody to actively explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried. Yo, my brain's always fried, and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Yuri tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion, just to hold on to her sanity.
くそ、どうなってるんだ。くそ、くそ。
Frost started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. Frost had also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. Curie couldn't help but pray that the events that had just occurred were a dream. At that time, the look on Frost's face changed. Oh?
呼び出してる。呼び出してるぞ。コール音がする。
本当ですか、クラウスさん。
なるほどな。親父め、浅はかな。警察に連絡されまいと外部への電話線は切断したらしいが、内線は切断し損ねている。
内線？クラウスさんはどこにかけているの？
The kids!
ゲストハウスだ。ジェシカたちの部屋の内線番号にかけている。もしもし、もしもし、私だ。お前は誰か？ゴーダか？ジェシカはいるか？無事か？
Meanwhile,
旦那様、ご無事でよかった。はい、ジェシカお嬢様たちも皆さんご無事です。
父さんなの？無事でよかった。母さんは無事なの？そこにいるの？
oh, well, about that. Rush choked on his words. Ross had clearly seen Atsui's head crushed and had seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually, he was going to have to tell that to Jessica. However, Cross began to fret over whether he should tell her now or not and lost his words. But even that was an answer under those circumstances.
母さんはわからない。無事を祈ろう。今はお前だけでも無事でよかった。
分かってるよ。
His voice was filled with tears. Cross was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything start to finish after meeting up with Goda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall. Luckily, he had been able to call before they stormed off towards the mansion. Cross was relieved at this good timing during such a tragedy.
ここには今、キリエさんと南條先生、それにシャノンとカノンがいる。地下牢のようなところに閉じ込められているが、心配するな。こっちは父さんたちで何とかする。
どこ？助けに行く。
あいにく、私たちにもここがどこだか見当がつかん。食堂の真下だと思っているが、そうでないかもしれない。とにかくジェシカ、ゴーダたちから経緯は聞いているか？おじい様は今正常な状態にない。出くわせは危険だ。殺されるかもしれない。私たちを助けに来ようなどと、こっちはこっちで何とかする。
じゃあ私たちはどうすればいいの？シェ様め、よくも母さんたちを死に損ないぶっ殺してやる。
ジェシカ、そんな言葉を使ったら母さんが悲しむぞ。レディーはそんな言葉を使うもんじゃない。
Ooh, Maria?
とにかく、お前たちは身の安全を最優先にしろ。ゲストハウスを戸締まりするんだ。しかし過信はできない。1階のラウンジの大窓は破られるかもしれない。その部屋にとどまり、ベッドを立てかけてバリケードにするんだ。その部屋にはトイレも冷蔵庫もあるな。いいな。くれぐれも物騒なことは考えるな。母さんの仇を取ろうなんて絶対に考えるんじゃないぞ。相手を刺激せず、隠れてやり過ごすことだけを考えるんだ。
分かったよ、父さん。
Alright. Successfully convinced her not to rush out in a fit of rage. After that, Goda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids well as an adult. Goda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, yes sir, in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kyrie took the receiver and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Cannon got their turns, George and Jessica entered. Following that pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all the members on both sides took the receiver in turn, confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding on the current situation. Why is that hard for me to read? Confirming that everyone was safe for now, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding and the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Ross explained that they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house consented.
また何かあったら連絡する。すぐに受話器を取れるように待機していてくれ。くれぐれも用心してな。無茶なことは絶対にするんじゃないぞ。
父さんよ、カノン君たちが無事だっただけでも私たちも頑張る。父さんたちもどう。
ああ、もちろんだ。それでは一度切る。用心しろ。
With that, the phone call ended. Interesting. Only the outside line was in this episode, and all the other episodes, it was like both sides, right? Gold and the rest of the men quickly descended to the first floor, closed the shutters, and secured the sturdy locks on the doors. However, just as Cross had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it would be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hasn't hesitated at committing a murder, to invade the first floor.
おじい様たちは武装している可能性が高い。部屋に閉じこもるのが最善かつ唯一の籠城方法になるね。自ら密室に閉じこもらざるを得ないのは苦しいところだけど、相手が銃を持っていたらそれしか方法がない。
親方様は実銃のコレクションをお持ちとの話です。そう、あれは銃だったんだ。だとしたら恐ろしい威力の銃だ。とても太刀打ちはできません。
頭を砕くなんてすげえ威力だぜ。マグナム弾とかそういう類のやつかもな。
Magnum.
下手な扉なら平気で貫通するかもしれねえな。
What is with that poster in the background? You seeing that? I don't know, I'm getting distracted by this. What is that? Boom, 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 boom. With the moon or whatever, could be an anime poster. It probably isn't anything like specific at all or something. But it did catch my eye for some reason. First I thought it was like a dude on a horse, but no, it was like just a dude standing there. With a big gun, maybe? What? Well, to continue, distraction over. My P-brain can only concentrate on the story for like 2 minutes at a time.
だとすれば、ますますに部屋に籠城するべきだね。ベッドを立てかけて、窓も塞ごう。そこまですれば、いくら銃を持っていても踏み込むことはできないはず。
Really? I don't know.
くそ。そんな受け身な防戦一方しかねえのかよ。
Enough bullets, you can blast the barricade you have away and just push on through, right?
うちの親父に上等を決めてくれて、キリエさんまで捕まえたなんて。こいつは高くつくぞ。クソじじいめ。
無理です。あんな連中に太刀打ちできるわけがありません。
Last episode, or like first 2 episodes, we weren't sure on the culprits at all. 3rd episode, we get shown explicitly that it was Eva. This episode, we're being shown that it's Kinzo. Like, Eva had all this stuff with, like, freaking Evatris and all that. So there was some magic to like try to explain through. In this one, with Kinzo, it's just all pure magic bullshit going on. So the challenge is trying to explain how Kinzo did everything? Hmm.
しかも親方様だけでなく手下も何人もあるいはあんな連中がもっといるかもあいつらは一体何なんだ
Butler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph. Really? I guess it's not like he fully hated him, man. To rush out of here to save Kyrie. But just by looking at how terrified Goto was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless.
兄貴だって悔しいだろなのにここで籠城なんてちくしょ
もちろんさ僕だって悔しいよ両親を殺されて冷静でいられるわけがないでもだからこそ冷静にならなくちゃいけない僕たちが無駄に命を落とすようなことを殺された親たちが望むと思うかい思うわけがないせめて子供だけは逃げ延びてほしいと願ってるはずだだから僕は生き残るよそして警察に通報し全てを暴く仇は法廷が取るそれが僕の復讐だ差し違えてでも仇を取ってほし
George
い
is so cool.
親たちが望んでいるわけもないそうだろ
そうだな兄貴の言う通りだぜちくしょうクソじじいめ何が儀式だ俺たちがそのための生贄だって言うなら意地でも逃げ切ってその儀式を台無しにしてやるぜ
それでいいよそれにバトラ君にはまだキリエさんがいる僕にだってシャノンがいるとにかく慎重に行動してチャンスを待とう僕たちの不用意な行動は囚われの彼らに
Feels like you're
与える可能性だってあるんだから
setting a death flag, dude.
人質かでもじいさまはきっとキリエさんたちを生贄にするために捕らえたわけだろ俺たちが助けなきゃ殺されるのを待つだけじゃないのか
彼らが捕らえられている地下牢がどこにあるかもわからないシャノンもカノン君ももちろんゴーダさんも熊沢さんも知らなかったおじいさまだけしか知らない秘密の場所にある可能性が極めて高いそんな状況下でうろうろと歩き回るのは自殺行為だよ
分かってるよそれでもくそ俺たちはここで何かが起こるまで引きこもってるしかねえってのかよ
バトラ様のお気持ちは分かりますがここは安全第一で参りましょう旦那様の話では相当古い牢屋らしいのでなんとか鉄格子を破れるかもしれないとのことでした今は信じて待つ方が賢明です
おじいさまの手下が何人もいてみんな武装しているんだよね
ええそうですそして多分みんな武装を
But I've been able to say that Kenzo had comrades with him. But he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women, like witches, who use strange magic to murder. If he had said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. No, not only that, he himself couldn't understand what he had seen and was doubting his own sanity. But, regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls had followed Kenzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. Oda and Kumasawa. Only thing left were those two who had witnessed that massacre in the dining hall, just to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they had seen.
熊沢さんっ 夫？お茶飲む？
ありがとうございますね。ありがとうございます。申し訳ございませんが、しばらくそっとしていただけますか。
Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed that Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion.
マリア、気を使ってくれてありがとうだぜ。熊沢さんは休ませてやってくれ。
Jessica was also worried about the shock those two must have received after witnessing such a tragedy. But her wildest dreams couldn't even come close to the unbelievable scene that Kumasawa had witnessed. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kenzo and walked irritatedly around the room.
熊沢さん、母さんは本当に。
ええ、あんなひどい死に方を私は。
You don't gotta go into detail about it. Just saying that it's true is, I think, enough.
ひょっとするとまだ生きてて、手当てをすれば助かるなんてことはないんだよな。
頭があんなことになって生きていられるわけがありません。
そりゃそうだぜ。頭が砕けちまったら手当てなんて必要ねえよな。普通。
When Goda had come flying into the guest house, he had, overcome with agitation, told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything. Except for the part about witches and magic, which they themselves couldn't believe. In other words, Mari, he hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsu and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking their head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke.
いや、むしろ話してくれたおかげで冷静になれたぜ。頭を砕かれちまったってところを伏せられてたら、私はひょっとすると生きてるかもしれないって言って屋敷へ向かいじいさまに出くわして、ひょっとすると殺されてたかもしれない。一末の希望が命取りになった可能性だってあるわけさ。その意味では感謝してるよ。
本当に申し訳ございません。言葉をあまりに選ばなかったことはお詫びします。
今はいいよ。母さんはもうどうしようもないけど、父さんはまだ生きてる。カノン君もシャノンもキリエおばさんも南條先生もね。なんとか彼らを助けたいし、彼らに負担をかけないためにも余計なことをするべきではない。電話の前で待機してることが今は一番の協力になるかもしれないし。
You might receive a phone call asking them to create a diversion while the others escaped. Or the others might discover their location and call for a rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when that time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was wait in this room. They're back. Once they had finished inspecting downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Godo returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks that he had found in a lounge and a storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. Those were to seal the door from the inside just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler had brought up objects that could be used as edged weapons or poles. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was a disassembled table leg that could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he had apparently made by taking part a hat stand. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. Spear? A spear-like weapon? They were all hat racks the entire time? There's a good chance that their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them, and if having these could give them at least a little peace of mind and be useful for their calming effect. Then, the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it up with nails. There was still a chance that Cross and the others would escape and come to meet up with them. I had apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. Oh, smart. That had apparently been Battler's idea. Oh, Battler smart. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they would hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. The sound of violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend a whole night being crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather's report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in a typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. The typhoon was set to pass in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, Samadhi, the boat would be arriving in the morning after the next, the morning of October 6th. And right now, it was late night on October 4th. They would have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kinzel turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know that they were hiding here. Battler suggested that it might be best to turn off the lights, but they had already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single person who argued with it.
おお、テレビダメなの？
ああ、悪いが我慢してくれ。敵の侵入の音を聞き逃すわけにはいかない。
つまんない。
Even though she had been told of her mother's death, Maria alone didn't feel an approaching sense of danger. She just seemed to be upset that the TV had been turned off. Even though she's in such a bizarre situation, can she not share in our sense of danger? Is it because she's so young? Battler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense that there was something very eerie about Maria.
とは言ったものの、
Back in the cell, the dungeon.
晩作尽きたわね。鉄格子はなんとかなりそう？
残念だが想像以上に堅牢だ。いつ頃に作られたものか知らんが、耐用年数も文句なし。実に優良な物件だよ。
Ray chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she had calmed just a little.
さながらここは取られた駒を置く駒置き場ですな。打つ手はもはやありませんか。
まだよ。諦めるには早いわ。思考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。
だな、チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。
Jogi? Wait a minute.
駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。
なるほど。しかしこの鉄格子はどうしようも。
私たちにはね。でもここの場所を特定し、合田さんに連絡することができれば、助けに来てもらうことはできるかも。
なるほど。しかし合田さんに危険を強いることになりますな。
He's a big guy.
その場合、成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不安です。
リスクを恐れるなら、事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。もっとも、損切りを恐れれば、紙切れ同然になるかもしれんがね。我々の命がだが。
親の子犬もね。私たちで何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、
その下の根も乾かないうちに助けを求めるなんて、実にかっこ悪いわね。
この後に及んではくだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。ここはどこなんだ。本当に食堂の真下なのだろうか、それとも屋敷とは異なる別の場所だろうか。
Cross Curie and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Where are we? Canon behind bars. Canon was squatting by the bar, suddenly trying to sense anyone's presence. Just as he had been ordered. Canon came close to him and they both squatted down together.
気配は感じるの？
こちらに意識は向けていないけれど、比較的近くに誰かいる。
Oh?
それは人間？
ヤギたちだと思う。あいつらの吐息は
It's
実
the
に
goats!
賑やかだよ。
All of the goats are here. Canon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Cross and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Canon's ears.
捕まっちゃったね。
珍しいよ。殺されないで捕まるなんて。
今回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし、親方様が書斎を出られるし。
This time, why are you talking about it like you know the events of the previous episodes?
何が何だかわかんないね。
わかるさ。何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。
Are they... Do they keep their memories of past games? What's going on with them? 'Cause there was something like this with them in one of the other episodes. I don't think it was episode 3. Maybe episode 2? There was something like that going on.
結果は何も変わらないのさ。
Kinzo had a moment like this too. Did he? I'm trying to think of all the times we've seen Kinzo. Can't quite recall it.
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。
さあね、僕たちは脱落率が高いから。
そういえば、二人で第一の番を生き延びたのってずいぶん珍しいね。
Okay, they definitely have memories of past games.
儀式が始まってるのに、こうして二人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。
そうか
How
ね。
much do they know
でも
them?
それもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。僕たちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせてからかってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。
また黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。
どうせそうさ。下手な期待を持つとまたつけ込まれる。
そうだね。前回はカノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。
僕はバカだ。
Anna made a sour look and turned his head. Anna laughed softly and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder.
でもお嬢様が無事でよかったね。
第一の番を逃れただけさ。それ以降の番により無残な方法で殺されるのを待たされているだけかもしれない。
Why only them and I guess Kinzo? You think maybe Battler would be a little bit like this too, but why them?
それを言ったら姉さんこそジョージ様が無事でよかったじゃないか。二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。
ありがとう。同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。
僕は期待はしてないよ。姉さんの言う通りだ。あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて相手が右往左往するのを見て楽しんでるだけなんだ。どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと願ってしまったなら、あいつはそれこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりはしないさ。
そうだね。ベアトリーチェ様はより面白くなるように生贄の順番を考えてる。
無作為に選んでるなんて大嘘だ。あのペテン師魔女め。どうせ黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも嘘っぱちに。
そんなことはないよ。黄金鏡は素晴らしいところだよ。
How do you know?
ちょっぴりだけね。それすらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
どんなとこなのそこ。
うん、素晴らしいところだよ。うまく説明できない安らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が舞ってるような極楽みたいな感じ。
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。本当に夢の中みたいなところなの。そこにいるときはとても穏やかで安らかで、いつまでも眠ってることを許されてる。まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。カーテンの隙間から日が差してきて、そろそろ起きないと思うんだけど、今日は休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて、もう一回お布団の中に潜り込むときみたいな。
Being able to just go right back to sleep.
だと思うな。休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて姉さんくらいだ。それで
そこにいた時はね、満たされててとても穏やかだった。でも元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのにうまく思い出すことができないの。ついさっきまで見ていた夢が思い出せないのによく似てる。でもとっても穏やかで静かな世界だったことだけは覚えてるの。
それだけ？なんだ、あいつが偉そうに言う黄金鏡なんて大したことないな。何でも願いが叶う場所だと思ってたのに。
その通りだよ。何でも願いが叶う場所。少し違うかもしれない。何も願わなくてもいい場所が正解かもしれないね。例えばカノン君が寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど、そもそも暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。黄金鏡はそういうところなの。大抵の願いは願う必要さえなくなる。全てから解放された何もかもが穏やかな世界なの。与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越した、全てから解放された世界と
Sounds
でも言えばいいのか。
boring.
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
そしてそこでは全てが平等なの。意志ある存在は全てが平等。人間も家具も魔女もない。そこでの私は誰とも対等で公平。もう家具だからと何も自分を恥じる必要がない。全ての人間とも、そして魔女とさえ対等な本当に幸せな世界だったの。
I'm sure how they're gonna sit on chairs. Anything that can think is equal. There are no humans, furniture, nor witches. And then these guys have memories of past games. Part of me thinks, like, are they not real? Like, actually ever real people, things in all these episodes? All those times that Beatrice said, like with red text and stuff, there are no more than X number of people, or there are this many people in this room right now, or whatever. Have Canon, Shannon, Genji, and actually maybe just them, huh? And Stay Bear the Eagle. Maybe not. I couldn't say for certain about Goda or Masawa. But every single time she's mentioned, like, human beings or people being someplace, or a number of them. Have the 3 servants here ever actually counted? Canon's always saying that they're not humans, they're furniture. Genji says that too. Shannon sometimes resists it. Cannon's a chair and Shannon's a table. Dude, you ban him? Spoilers? That makes me want to go back to some previous scenes and rethink about it in terms of, like, Canon, Shannon, and Genji not counting as, like, actual people. But where would that even take us if we think about it that way to begin with? There's 3 other people that we don't know of, never even seen, like, out and about somewhere. Canon and Shannon. Those aren't their real names. We know that Shannon is Sayo. I don't think Beatrice ever referred to Shannon as that. I think every time Shannon's name comes up in, like, red text, there's always a Shannon, never Sayo. Shannon, we never heard his name, not even up until this point. Don't know what his real name is. When she references these 2 by name, and we trust that since it's not their real names? Is Genji his real name? Probably. But it wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't, and it was just like a servant name similar to these 2. Although these have on ending with their name. Multiple other servants with the on character in their pseudonyms. Genji doesn't have on, but I guess this doesn't mean that every servant needs to have on in their name, their servant name. Again on. But going back to what I was thinking of before, if they're not counted as humans in all those other lines of, like, red text, I don't think... Nothing immediately comes to mind about how some events could be solved. I am wondering how much these two, maybe even Genji as well, like actually exists. Like truly exists. They have info they shouldn't actually like have here. Hmm. Oh, he doesn't have like a tattoo like the Shannon does. Is that even a tattoo? Something like that. Eva has that. It's a thing on her shoulder. No one else is like that. Just Shannon and Eva, huh? Wonder if there's a reasoning for that. Actually, if I remember correctly, one of Beatrice's other outfit that she had, I think in episode 2, was it? She had the, like, kind of tattoo thing of the eagle on her. Beatrice a witch. Eva became a witch. Is it going to be the same for Shannon? Oops. Back up. Episode 2, yeah. It's on her other thigh. Does it? You lie! Why would you lie to me like that? Damn, can't execute. Look at this filled up thing. Hmm. Alright, well that's enough thinking for now. Let's continue seeing what these two are gonna keep talking about.
そして魔女とさえ対等な
I wouldn't trust myself looking at a wiki and not accidentally seeing something off to the corner of like the page or something. Wikis usually have like a little panel of like recently updated things and whatnot. They're not really. I don't think you can safely look at a wiki without accidentally seeing something you're not supposed to.
うまく思い出せないけど、そこでは私、ベアトリーチェ様とさえ対等な関係で、良い友達でいられた気がする。
あの魔女がいるなら、ろくな理想郷じゃないよ。
Yo, true based?
で、その幸せな黄金鏡に、おかしな話だね。黄金鏡は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。ジョージ様がいなくても、十分に満たされてそうだけど。
黄金鏡はね、とても穏やかで安らかで、全てが対等で公平だけれど、幸せだけ実は抜けてるの。
幸せな世界じゃないの？
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。でもそれは例えるなら、全ての悩みというマイナスから解放されたゼロの世界なの。
Just don't scroll past episode 3 easy? Yeah, no, I I'm not about to risk anything. I'm too into the story.
人の世はマイナスで満ちてるから、もちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけど贅沢だよね。
Usachi.
それはこういう感じ。穏やかな休日の朝のまどろみの時、最愛の人も隣にいてくれて手を握っててくれたなら、もっともっと素敵な幸せになれるみたいに。ごめん、姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。バカだから。
つまり姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとは、ジョージ様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことってわけだ。
そしてきっとカノン君にとってはお嬢様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことだよ。
公平な世界で二人は悩みから解放され。
Oh, that's why half of Rosa's head was hurting, because half of it was blown to bits. I get it. I don't know why I was thinking that far back into the story just now. Had a throbbing headache. It was like that one stupid meme image of like an anime girl with like half her head missing, asking for like some freaking Tylenol or something. Forget the exact stupid thing. I get it. Gonna need another refill and coffee soon. Holy, getting through it today.
なんだかおかしな宗教を吹き込まれてるみたいだ。
Which religion?
僕はもっとこう俗物的な魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとか、そういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
行けばわかるよ。ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方なら、いつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれるに違いない。
What's that again? You could be reborn as human. So the Death, or at least Canon 100 for sure, doesn't think of himself as a human. And if Beatrice ever said like there were X number of humans, she herself would have to acknowledge them as humans and not furniture. And I don't think that's something she would ever actually do, right? She's always called them furniture. And nothing really more, huh? I guess Shannon kind of in a way, but I think that was just to go along with like tricking her to break the mirror. Also, thinking that mirror, there hasn't been anything more on that since episode 2. It could be a episode 2 like exclusive thing. I'm wondering if we'll actually see more of that.
そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
ま、過剰な期待はしないことにしとくよ。いずれにせよ今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし、別の機会に期待するさ。
そうだね。おかしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。何も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
And I'm going back to think more about Canon and Shannon's actions in previous episodes. Like, they always known a bit about the witch. Even in episode 1, I think, yeah? I wonder, if I go back and go through the events of, like, episode 1, what I see... I probably would see, like, a bit more going on, like behind the scenes and whatnot. Have a bit more actions, a bit more answers to some of their actions, perhaps. Maybe things have been going on longer and than what we think. Maybe it hasn't been, or maybe it didn't start with episode 1. I don't know, but Battler's actions I feel like it started then. At least for him, but to the others? Episode 0! You wouldn't spoil an episode 0, would you? Alright, let's continue. We made it through like 5 lines of dialogue in the past like 20 minutes.
何を考えても考えなくてもどうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。後のお役目はどういびり殺されるかただ待つことだけさ。そんな僕らに黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
そうだね、ごめん。
Shannon shrugged his shoulders and told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Oh boy, maybe I do need to take a small little break. Not the hiccups. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic, and instead hurting Shannon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Shannon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound.
どうしたの?
Quiet.
旦那様、誰か来ます。
何?
They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything, but eventually they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking. All the goats!
おいでなすったわね。
年貢の納め時か、さもなくば最初で最後のチャンスか。
私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。なんとかここの場所を聞き出してみます。
期待してるわ。
During the last phone call, Kyrie had asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kyrie learned that it was the same as her watch, and she had learned that their watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the walls in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. Oh, smart. Asking about all that, just to make sure. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Not enough time had passed for them to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning that this was the area directly under the dining hall? All that they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was.
来ます。多分、人数は4人。親方様。並びに、食堂に姿を現したうち
Oh,
3
he
人
brought
だ
the
と。
bunnies with him.
もう十分だ。君も後ろに下がりたまえ。あとは私たちで応対する。
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど電話のところに座ってもらえる？スカートで電話を隠して。
あ、はい。
The shuffling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp razor-like shadows. And then, the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bar's sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinzo, Renove, Virgilia, and Gap.
後ろ宮家当主、皆様、ご静粛に。
Lord Goldsmith.
ゴールドスミス？
親父殿のペンネームだ。怪しげな魔導書を書くとき、 そういう名を証明しているようだ。
Pen name. So he knows about that, huh?
金蔵を英語風に？それならゴールドウェアハウスが正しいんじゃないの？
It's all hilarious. Until a jump scare.
ウェアハウスは倉庫、ただ溜め込むに過ぎぬ。しかし私は金を生み出し、細工し、さらに価値を高めるのだ。スミスの方がよりふさわしいと思わんかね。
Smith. Oh, he does like the American names.
確かに。無駄口を失礼しました。
金蔵さん、これはどういうことなんだね。ここは一体どこなんだ。
おや、我が友よ。
Kinzel Smith now.
思い出せんかね。
Mr. Smith.
さすがにその牢の中に入った経験はないだろうが、この廊下を歩いた記憶はあるはずだ。
Kinzel's been, or not Kinzel. A freaking Nanjo's been here?
まさか。
心当たりがあるの？
いや、しかし、考えられない。
We're halfway across the world right now. What?
第一、私たちは落とし穴に落ち、しかもほんの数分でここに。そんなことは物理的に、距離的にありえない。
人間にはね。
お父さん、ここは屋敷ですか？屋敷にこんな地下があったとは。
フラウス、お前たちがその存在をささやき、何度か私の後をつけ回して探ろうともしたではないか。それがここだよ。いや、正確にはそこの。
Oh, are they actually in the basement of that second mansion then?
まさかここはクワドリアンの地下ですか
？Okay, but don't gloss over the fact that Nanjo's apparently been here before. Why? Why has Kinzo or not? Why has Nanjo been here? Yeah, it's very unthinkable and freaking amazing, astonishing that they've been moved that far. But move that all aside real quick. Why was Nanjo here? I'm questioning him a lot this episode.
ご検察の通りです。
The main character's been everywhere. It's gonna be like that freaking scene from that one Puss in Boots movie. Or that I think it was Humpty Dumpty, big ass Eggman. Just say like revealing that he's been there the entire time. This him slowly like turning around. That, but it's like Nanjo. The true villain. True mastermind. He's always there.
こちらはクワドリアンの地下でございます。
クワドリアン？まさか噂の親父殿の隠し屋敷なのか？本当に実在したのか？
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェのためだけに築いた屋敷である。
ベアトリーチェ。
地上部分は美しき上品な屋敷なのであるが、そこを案内できず、実に残念に思うぞ。
こんな牢屋があるお屋敷で二人きりなんて素敵ね。どうもお父様とは性癖が合わないみたいよ。キリンさん、無礼な発言はお控えになった方が賢明ですよ。でも同感よ。私も送られた屋敷にこんな力があったら100年の恋も冷めて金目のものだけいただいてとんずらするわ。
おや、そういうご趣味はございませんか。てっきりキュンキュンしちゃうとばかり。
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。誕生日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。
Alright.
ただしイケメンに限る。
And Kinzo's not hot.
お静かに。
She did tell me it was true after all.
首輪より猿靴輪が必要ですか？
あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃうの？リアって好き嫌いないのね。
Leah?
勝手に人の名前を略さないでください。
Maybe you shouldn't have a long name.
女たち、お前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたいというのか。
これは失礼いたしました、親方様。この牢体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちませぬ。
Regalia quickly apologized, but Gap and Renault merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it would be pointless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。それはすなわち生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛である。逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる女。そこまでに至ってこそ我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。お前にそれを別れとは言わぬよ。
私は誰にも縛れない。愛されたいんじゃないの。愛したいの。私もゴールドスミスと同じよ。だからよくわかるわ。あなたの愛の狂気。
She understands him.
愛と狂気は紙一重というわけかね。実に旗迷惑な話だ。
しかしあっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。詳しい経緯は後で聞くけど、南條先生はここをご存知なのね。
Just chatting about this right in front of them?
はい。そこの廊下がクワドリアンの地下通路ならば、あの先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり、それをずっと歩けば屋敷に戻れるはずだ。
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば屋敷に帰れるってことね。
You think you're gonna be allowed to do that when they are here in front of you? It feels like they came down here for a reason.
お父さん、私たちをどうするつもりですか？
Now he's finally asking.
すでに宣告した通り、お前たちは後の晩のための生贄である。都合よく人数も5人。えぐりて殺す5人の人質にぴったりであろう。
なるほど。私たちも年貢の納め時というわけですか。
やがてはな。だが今はそのために訪れたのではない。安心せ。それに言ったはずだ。もしも孫たちの誰かが我が全てを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、この儀式は中断する。つまりお前たちは命拾いをするというわけだ。
お子さんたちに何をするつもりですか？
Just have him fill out this questionnaire.
次期当主にふさわしいかどうかテストを与える。その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば儀式は中断する。
And then Battler will solve it and become the next head and also a witch.
ふさわしい者がいなかったら。
Oh man, I wonder. The whole thing we saw with Maria earlier would end up being like freaking what Kenzo's looking for, and then like she's gonna get the ring and become like a full complete witch. Don't do that.
子供たちはどうするつもりですか？
Gonna kill them, duh.
それを心配する必要はない。どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たちだ。その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに、お前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。お前たちが生み、教え、育ててきた結晶が子供たちだ。お前たちの命運を委ねるに実にふさわしい存在のはず。そう心配そうな顔をするなよ、クラウス。お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
What is this image you just freaking posted? When Eva looked around, Nanjo was also there. Telling you he's suspicious something about him. Nanjo is always there. There's something going on. I don't like it. The true mastermind, Nanjo. He is still suspicious to me. I think he's always been since at the end of episode 3, hearing about this like sick grandchild or something he needed money for. Some big motivations there.
まったくね。子供は親の結晶よ。親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。お父様にとってもね。
His lack of presence sure would help him avoid suspicion. True. If he wasn't always just... like, he's not odd in of himself. It's... where he always is that makes it odd, yeah?
肝の据わった女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
He likes her.
キリエさん、あまり挑発しない方がいい。
同感だ。今は耐えよう。
そうね。どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。今さら何もできやしない。
Fish. Like sweet fish? Epitaph?
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるがな。嫌いではないぞ。そういう女は。
He's into it.
ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
In the beginning.
親方様、そろそろ本題を。さっきから脱線しまくりです。
おお、そうであったな。すまぬすまぬ我が友よ。それでは本題に入ろう。そのために電話を用意しておいたのだ。シャノン、知恵が回るな。もう隠さなくてもよいぞ。
It's this dungeon. Of course he knows there's a phone
それ
there.
は私が用意させたのだ。
失礼いたしました。
Then quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。そして我がテストを、試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
But what is the test? No mention for, or mentioned, motion for Cross to pick up the receiver.
嫌だと言ったら。
ほほう。取引の余地がどこにあるというのか。お前が電話をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与えぬ。後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。お前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
直ちに生贄なら幸運よ。あなたたちの眼前で 子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
が、生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。勝手なことを言わないように。
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして詰まったでしょ。
What would you even shorten Gap to? Just Gap with one A? How would you even sense that? It would still be pronounced the same. You can't shorten her name. It's perfect.
だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
女は実に
かしましいですな。
The bar's fading in. Oh. Clean cut. Perfect. It's been about a couple hours since I went off to get some coffee. Gonna take a bit of a larger break this time. A few minutes instead of just a couple. Walk around, stretch my legs and all that. Get more coffee. Oh, we're going back 12 years later. Alright, that's all of freaking Rakunjima we're gonna see in this stream. Oh, this is interesting. The clinic that Nanjo had opened later passed on to his son still existed on Niijima. Back to 3 more streams of Angie. Oh, hell yeah. My favorite! Alright, let me... a quick BRB while I go get a coffee refill and stretch my legs a bit. See ya in a sec. In a bit. Alright, alright. Alright, let's try to get to one more scene break. Or it shouldn't be that long, yeah? We get one more scene break and maybe call it there. Things might be getting loud over where I'm at in a bit, so might make it there and then call it just to be safe. Let's see, where were we? So everyone is somehow in the basement of the second mansion. And we didn't get to... we don't know what this, like, test for the kids will end up being. Looks like they're about to do that, and then here we are, jumped ahead like 12 years in the future again. In the clinic that it seems that Nanjo passed down over to grandchild, something like that. What was it? I'm pretty sure it describes it. Over to his son. Alright, so his son. Alright, got it. Let's see. Let me get a sip and then continue here. The clinic that Nanjo had opened later passed on to his... It says so right here. I don't know why I looked at the freaking lore page thing to reconfirm what is literally said in the first sentence. Oh yeah, I'm smart. Big brain. Massive. IQ 5,000. Real Nanjo lore hours existed on Nijima. This age doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different. Huh. Is quite different. He's thin. For starters. I can see the similarities. Hold on, let me read your freaking description. Nanjo Masayuki. Nanjo's son inherited Nanjo Clinic. Unlike Nanjo, he seemed to be a more sobered, indifferent person. After the rampage surrounding Rakanchima, he grew to completely despise the press, and he never spoke again of what happened around that time. What would you even speak of? You weren't there. He once had a daughter afflicted with an incurable disease, but unfortunately she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Alright, and that's the granddaughter that Nanjo was probably speaking of at the end of episode 3, right? It's all coming together. That's why he might have really wanted the money, but he died. Incurable disease, huh? I'm truly sorry to say this if you come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you. He needed a lot of money. Ow. Who didn't need a lot of money? Eva and Hideyoshi needed a lot of money, more so Hideyoshi could buy back like the stocks or whatever of his company because he wasn't thinking things through. Ross and Natsui, I guess, needed money. Kind of. Cross's like big resort ideas and whatever never really pan out. Keeps losing money over that. Rudolph and I guess Kyrie needed money for Rudolph's business thing. Something about getting sued or some other, that's who knows. Rosa needed money so she can that's, I don't fucking know. For a clothing business, she can, I don't know, hire a babysitter for Maria for once. Servants don't really need money. Shannon definitely doesn't need money. She's fucking loaded, apparently. Would Goda need a lot of money? Masawa need a lot of money? Not really. Kids don't really need money. Nanjo needed a lot of money for his granddaughter that they're kind of got a little bit of here. I guess if we exclude servants. And I guess the kids. Like, all of the adults, even Nanjo, had reasons. Like, the four the four children, not grandchildren. And Nanjo had reasons for wanting a lot of money. And Kinzo and Shannon specifically don't care about money that much. I think it's safe to say that Genji, Hanon, and the other servants don't care about money too much. I don't think we know enough about Kumasawa or Goda to say for certain they don't need money, but I think at least Kanon and Genji probably wouldn't want it. Shannon definitely wouldn't even want or need it. She already has money. She doesn't even want the money she has right now. So motives for like all 5 of these guys. Makes me wonder. Attending physician. I guess it doesn't prefix his name, but like doctor or anything. Wait. We're just on the page. I don't know why I'm skipping through things. Nanjo Masayuki. Inherited the Nanjo clinic. So Nanjo is obviously like a last name, yeah? Masayuki would be his first name. What's Nanjo's first name? Hold on. The whole thing where they could have just been using the name of someone else that was possibly alive. We learned his name? We learned his first name? Rumasa? I don't remember when we learned that. But that aside, they only ever reference Nanjo as Nanjo, never as his first name. And that whole thing where it said, where it's listing out people alive and dead. But could they have been using his son as a stand-in for Nanjo when referencing if he was dead or alive? Can't remember. Were those? No, because it said Nanjo died. Oh, but wait. Hold on. In that case, like we don't know when the granddaughter died. If they were already dead, she would still be a Nanjo, right? Could that be used? Oh, I need to go back at some point and like rewatch some of these scenes. Am I Hold on. Hold on. The gears can only turn so fast. They're grinding. I haven't oiled them in a while. The screech and any Nanjo works. Any Nanjo works. Like every time they reference someone, it's like Cross, Natsui. It's always their first name, so we can like think of. Well, it's always their first name because they're all like Ushiromiyas. But Nanjo is always his last name. And there's like 3 Nanjos that we know of at the moment anyway now. There's this Nanjo, his son, and then his granddaughter, yeah? Could have been the grandfather. It's, that has to be intentional. Intentional that he's always referenced as Nanjo and not, and not as, like, his first name or anything, because they don't... There's gotta be a reason they don't use it all that often, right? Oh, okay, that's some red truth text. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. A human with their feet on the ground. Held up a weapon and killed it and killed with it right before his eyes. The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler nor Eva nor Jessica. I still feel firmly that that was Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi was still actually alive in that point. But I wonder if we can use other red texts in like another episode or other scenes. Hold on. Maybe this brain blast isn't going quite anywhere, but I think it's something worth keeping in mind. Thinking about the name trickery. Like, keeping things open with that in mind, I think is good. Man, I really need to, like... When we first started this, I should have kept, like, a notepad open with, like... things that stuck out to me. Some thoughts. Freaking get a corkboard and start pinning things to it. Get a whole bunch of red string. Make a conspiracy board. She could be flipping through different Nanjos whenever a specific red truth doesn't work for our Nanjo. Hold on, I'm reading that first red truth again. The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human. A human with their feet on the ground. Held up a weapon and killed with it, right before his eyes. Like, from the first part of that first sentence, you can infer that it's talking about the second part of the sentence. Nanjo getting killed. But if you leave that part out and just only think about the second part, a human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed with it right before his eyes. You can think of it as just Nanjo witnessing a murder happening before him and not himself being murdered. Can you say, like, if someone got shot and killed, that they saw it happen before their eyes? It's really making me want to flip back through entire episodes. Get a new perspective on things. I wonder, would that be a fun thing to do, before the answer arcs? The answer episodes? to go back through these first 4 episodes. Like, it probably wouldn't take as long as it took us so far. Like, we just wouldn't need to sit there listening to all the lines of dialogue. Just kind of feed through. Anyway, that was another like 30 minutes of just me freaking doing nothing. Let's see, we got through 1, 2, 3. 3 lines of dialogue in 30 minutes. Damn, new record. Really speed running this. Definitely more fun after you know the answers. Not sure how I'll feel after episode 4 though. I don't know. I'm almost feeling like I could maybe infer more like ideas on how things happened, or maybe pick up on clues that I might have missed the first time around. Oh, another red text. Ushirimiya Jessica had not committed murder. He was not involved with Nanjo's murder. Nanjo's murder could mean a murder committed by Nanjo. It could. I don't know. I don't know if that works in my mind. More fun after you know the answers, but like, I feel like that could be fun, but at the same time, I'd almost see it as a waste of time, because there would be like no point. Like, you already know the answers anyway. Could be fun to see maybe fully how things like work together, the timeline. But what's been most fun to me so far has just been trying to figure things out on my own before being told everything, I guess. Like the way I'm thinking of it is one more run through you can point out early hints and be like, fuck you, other. Yeah, I see how it's fun in that way. Yeah, I just mean, like, the way I'm thinking of it is going through trying to piece things together myself, and then like piecing things together myself at the second run through, trying to pick up on more info, and then seeing how close I could get to the actual answer in the end. Anyway, let's get to line 4 of this scene now. Nothing particular to tell you. Najo-san said that very indifferently.
あの島の事故がワイドショーなどで非常に不謹慎に取り上げられて以来
Doing another run after episode 4 can be good for theorizing, especially if you take notes of anything you find sus. That's what I kind of feel like doing. Could be a fun time. After the accident on that island was taken up. What? Are you... After the accident on that island was taken up by the broadcast in the most indiscreet manner. Okay.
後ろ宮市の主治医であり友人でもあった父にも大変心外な関心が多数寄せられました
Reading the manga, same stuff through a new lens and much shorter too. Maybe. I don't know how entertaining that would be with as a stream though, because at least with this you got like the freaking, you got the voices, the visuals, you can go and look at like the tips and character bios and stuff. More like interaction and whatnot going on. Do it on my own. I don't like doing things on my own time. I could be using my own Let me stop myself there. Jackson, I was taking my broadcast. My father is Usharamiya's doctor and friend, was focused upon by many with a wholly regrettable
そのい
interest.
ずれもが何の根拠もなく、また父のそれまでの業績を汚すものでした。私はそれらすべてについて未だに強く憤慨しています。
無理もないことと思います。
Okay.
私も同じようなものですので、私など6つの時から延々です。
Long time.
そうでしたね。これは失礼。
The doctor finally remembered that Angie was also a victim who had been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私どもの気持ちもお分かりでしょう。あれは不幸な事故でした。それを事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。彼らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
Anjo had been bathed with attention for being one of the Usharamiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son as, well, a surviving relative, as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。私生活に至るまで監視を受け、プライバシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない私ですから、そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察しできます。だからこそ、私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は一体何だったのか、どうしても知りたいのです。それでここへ来ました。私もあなたと同じ当事者です。雑誌記者でもインタビュアーでもありません。そこを誤解しないでください。私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。私を見下すのもいい加減にしてください。あの事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、私とあなたでは比べ物にもならない。
Stronger. Angie spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From Angie's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She really didn't want to be looked down upon. It's about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he had said something wrong and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。もちろん口外はしません。私は私の人生に決着をつけるために、私は18です。あの事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。そしてこれからも奪い続けるでしょう。私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
いや、失敬。たちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので、私もつい身構えてしまったようです。失敬したのをお詫びします。わかりました。他言無用を誓っていただけるなら何でもお話しします。
And then someone snipes him and he can't tell anything
ありが
anymore.
とう先生。ではお願いします。何でも結構です。話してください。
知っての通り、父は後ろ宮市の主治医であると同時にチェスを通じた友人同士でもありました。その信仰は後ろ宮市が
Loved
六天島
chess.
に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした。
どのくらい仲が良かったのですか？
相当だったようです。
They're part of two who are close, Nanjo and Kinzo.
チェスの縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです。私の口から言うのもなんだが、後ろ宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした。そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった。
Well, that interacting with humans, like, a weird way to put it.
孤独な後ろ宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないでしょう。
当日は親族会議でした。後ろ宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われるさながら経営会議のようなものだったとされています。そのような席にまで出席を求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけですね。
父は純朴な医師であり、後ろ宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思いません。おそらく当時の後ろ宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうから、親友の父ならおそらく口も固く親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない。
当時の後ろ宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか？カルテが残っていたりはしますか？
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。後ろ宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。
All locked. My father was a simple doctor, but a brilliant chess player.
父のクラン家ですし、私も詳しいことはわかりません。
事件の前後、何か気になるようなことはありました？
He started saying how he was going to get a lot of money real fast.
あるにはあります。ですが、非常に誤解を招きそうなので、あまり言いたくはありません。
何ですか？それを教えてください。
For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool Angie by dodging the subject. He eventually gave in, and after making Angie swear herself to secrecy again, he told her.
実はあの事故の数日後に私の自宅に郵便が届いたのです。
郵便？
それはとても奇妙な郵便でした。
A letter.
差出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。宛先は北海道の礼文島。北方領土の話を抜きにすれば日本の最北端の島です。その宛先人がなんと礼文島の住所ではありますが、父の名前だったのです。しかし送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて、差出人である私のところへ戻ってきたわけです。
It was truly a strange tale. I'm assuming it was... If they're showing this image, then we could assume that it was one of these envelopes. So when fake Nanjo's son's name sent it out to his father, but the address was wrong, so it got sent back to him? What was the contents of this? Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo. Okay, there's the reconfirmation, I guess. I'm pretty sure we heard what his first name was quite a while ago. Probably during episode 1. Nice reconfirmation on that, though. On Hokkaido Ribbon Island. Does he have a house there? But the lot number written on it didn't exist. So the local post office had been unable to deliver it and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だったんですか？
本当に他言無用でお願いします。私も非常に迷惑しているんです。かといって捨てるわけにもいかず。
Are you gonna pull it out and show her? The doctor stood up and faced the bookshelf. There was packed a group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took that out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape, and its faded color and dryness made it clear that it had been sealed 12 years ago. Being so persistent that it was annoying. Being so persistent that it was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Hiramasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following the incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. Corpse wasn't found. Is that the same as all the others? Was that mentioned before, maybe? That Eva couldn't get money on her family's life insurance or anything because there were no, like, bodies? They were just missing? And she had to, like, wait out a long time to have anything, I guess? Hmm. Where would all the bodies have gone? Are multiple, not just Nanjo's. And missing under extraordinary circumstances. And despite that, this letter addressed to Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One could almost take it as a sign that he faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を、あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に。
父が何かの事情で事故を逃れ、私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。私も初めはその可能性を考えました。しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は？
もちろん否定はできません。ですが、住所の番地を見る限り、どうもそうは思えないのです。
北海道礼文島礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34-56
Ha! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they intentionally wrote the wrong address, huh? Up until Ribbon City, it's fine. I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that the sequential number after it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはずのない住所に送付されたと考えるのが自然だと思います。
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I wonder if we can take these as like 4 different numbers. Probably wrote that nonsense somewhere that clearly didn't exist. I think it's not to assume that from the very beginning this envelope was sent to a non-existent residence to which it had no chance of being delivered. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender. But even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. Seemed that the same thing happened with this envelope. And the stamp was postmarked. It seemed that the same thing happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Niijima. Niijima was a long way away from Ribbon Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was probably a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. Sent on October 3rd, so before the conference or after? The day of? I keep forgetting the exact day that the conference was held. Either before the day of. So what? Sent out with the intentionally wrong address, somewhere far enough that it would take them like a week or so to send it back after everything on Rakijima like already happened. So to be for sure be sent back after everything on Rakijima happened. Yeah? After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already open envelope. A key! From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then, a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. Isn't it like a little storage key, maybe? A little locker? Like out somewhere? The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved on it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. Oh, it's the number. 07151129. It was what was written on the door to George's, like, to the parlor where George ended up dying in. But what does that mean? That's uh hold on. Just a weird time to go back, but I want to look real quick to see the exact description of what was stated in the character profile for George. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. Small golden land. Exchange for a soul, to which gave 8 numbers. How does that fit in? hallway in front of the mansion servant room. No, he died at like the very end. Where was he? He was in his room reading a book or whatever. George knocked on his door, asked if he wanted a coffee. He said no. George disappeared out the window or something. What? I don't think Nanjo would have murdered George. Would he have written that number? No. That would imply that he killed George to begin with, yeah? No? Hmm. But then how did George die? How did George die? Small golden land would appear. A code to get into some members club that you... that like card goes to? Hmm. Let's let's continue after that brief detour. 0715-1129. Also written was the name of certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. That was all. Like some number you would use, so like an account number? Like wire transfer money to or something?
これは
貸金庫のカードと鍵、そして暗証番号でした。
Card, a key, and a pin for a safe
それ
deposit
も
box.
普通の貸金庫ではない。特別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
Hmm. After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he had visited the bank. Pin, key, and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he owned in the first place. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to the bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts in a safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、カードと暗証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば、本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。
Ah.
ですが、とにかく厳重な金庫室で、その物々しさに怯えました。こんなところに預けざるを得ない、どんな物騒なものが待ち受けているのかと。
And then what I found in the box was a gold bar.
それで
カードをリーダーに通すと暗証番号の入力を求められました。そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が認められました。すごい光景でしたよ。まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。薄暗い銀色の広大な部屋にびっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
He had entered the room along with the clerk. It seemed that as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined, so that the safes he could open were lit up with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A11 にはそれらの金庫のうちの一つを示すものでした。ちなみにそれ以外の金庫にもずらりと緑ランプが点灯していました。
Ah.
20個以上はあったと思います。あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。いずれにせよ、私の鍵は A11 にのみ、他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありませんでしたが。
As the clerk watched, the doctor had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer, like a large cabinet, had opened. An expensive-looking beryllium case peeked out. that was carried into a separate room, where for the first time the clerk left, and he was introduced to the contents.
現金でした。
現金どれほど？
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから。
And no, 70, 100.
数えたわけではないからわかりません。手すら触れませんでしたから、私はすぐに直感しました。これは危険な金だと。
It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it into an account and turn it into numbers. When someone is unable to do that, then it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しました。
それで一切手をつけなかった。
はい、そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。そのため誰にも内緒で12年もの間、本棚の裏に隠し続けてきたのです。
100 million. How much was a gold bar worth? Was it 100 million or just maybe 10? One? Man, I don't remember. That's too specific trivia. I'm wondering. It's like when I think of money, like that much money, I have to think back on how much the gold was worth, since gold is like one of the big points of this. I don't think it would be in the tips.
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
Don't know what kind of money that was.
いえ、この場で見るだけにしてください。
わかりました。では、ちょっと失礼します。調べ物を。
Took Oni-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I had set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to Oni-chan and compared the handwriting on both. A match? There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be?
そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな。
The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. Kumasawa. Oh no, she's tying into things. Kumasawa Sabakichi. Oh, hold on. All the servants are gonna end up, I guess in 102, are gonna end up like that. I guess we could maybe ignore these three, but Goda would be a last name as well as Kumasawa, and they would obviously have relatives, right? Not too sure about Goda. But it makes me think about the whole referencing their names in red. Oh, let's read what the description says. Were they actually... hold on. Do they actually have some kind of relationship? When everyone was taking turns talking on the phone earlier in the episode, Nanjo was the one to talk to Kumasawa, right? Kumasawa's son works at the Nijima fishing harbor. He must have gotten his carefree, big-hearted personality from Kumasawa. Many of Kumasawa's sons are fishermen. Many! So they're often away from land for their work. This one happens to work at the harbor, so it was only coincidence I managed to get in touch with him. Kumasawa loved to talk, so I did hope he might have heard or let something slip. But valuable contents have been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. They had been very busy in the days since, and seemed to have forgotten about it or running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Enji mentioned it to him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining that he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. Alright, so that's her first name. I wonder if we ever got that info in earlier episodes. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture. Yayama Country. Yanaguni City. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yanaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan. And the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without much care. The opposite ends of Japan is where these two envelopes went to, huh? Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and the bank's main branch written on it. A magnetic card. A key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside the vault was the same kind of beryllium case packed with 100 million yen in cash.
死んだお袋がメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんで、ずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんですわ。お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね。ひょっとして、あんたんとこにも同じものが
Oh?
どうしたんですエンジ様。ウリュウ、頭痛ごめん。頭が痛い。刺さってる。知ってる。知ってるって何をまさか、この封筒、エンジ様のところにも
Remembered. The strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forgot the destination address, but the named recipient had been Ushimiya Rudolph. My father. I remember how disturbed I was when I got a letter I thought was from father. Opened it up and found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there had been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope.
ベアトリーチェ、これは何のつもりよ。あいつは全ての遺族にこんなふざけた金をばらまいたというの。死んだ後も愚弄するなんて許せない。
ウリュウ、エンジ
Lautaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に始まったことじゃないわ。あの6歳の日に、もうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに驚きと怒りを感じただけよ。
この12年間、エンジ様はずっとベアトリーチェ様の呪縛にとらわれてきた。これがそのまさに呪縛の証となるのかもしれません。ですがどうかしっかりそれを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
そうね。頭に血を昇らせたって何の役にも立たないわ。冷静に考えなくちゃ。
Mystery keeps getting deeper. We have the two message bottles with almost completely different stories. They have the same beginning and end, like starting the conference and then everyone's dead. The order of events is different, but similar. We have Maria's, like, diary thing, where the page that Beatrice supposedly written in, or, like, Sakataro's, like, existence or whatever. That whole thing. We have these, I guess, 3 letters with the cards, the pins, and keys to a safe. We know for sure one of them has the contents of, like, a briefcase with, like, 100 million yen. We could assume the other 2 are probably the same. In each case, the handwriting is exactly the same. Be sure to remember the kanji on the shirt. It will be very relevant later. I can't even read kanji. I wonder if the pin is the same on all 3. I guess the pin would have to be the same, right? For all 3 letters? Maybe if they all, like... There were multiple lockers, he said, that were lit up green. He just only had the key for A112. So what? Whoever was behind the events knew... Like, had already sent out the letters, like... with the fake address to destinations that would take them long enough to be sent back. Why leave that pin on the door? Unless... No, because... It was stamped October 3rd, it said, yeah? My thought was gonna go to, like, the writing the pin on the door was a message to use that later. But the events would already have been past October 3rd. What gives? That 12 years been constantly enslaved by Beatrice Sama's curse. That might be proof of that. This might be proof of that a curse. What? Minor spelling mistake? Might be proof of that curse, but please hang in there. I'm gonna read that as breaking through that was supposed to be part of this goal of this journey. Right, just letting the blood race in my head won't get me anywhere. Gotta think calmly. What is going on? That a curse.
遺族に1億円をばらまく意味は何？挑発だとでも言うの？ベアトリーチェめ。
エンジェ、落ち着いて。
As Sakataro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまり、ベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
消印は親族会議の直前。そしてわざと時間をかけて変装されてくるように仕組まれている。
Right before the family conference, alright. Essentially set up so be sent back after some time.
事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
I think that much makes sense, yeah. Gathered that much.
でも少し疑問もあるの。なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
不確実？
ねえ、だって何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて事前には想像もできないじゃない。郵送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。
そういえばそうだね。ちゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。うりゅう。まあでも前日に投函したんなら、どんなに早く戻ってきてもきっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし、死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。
死者からの手紙か。確かにね。あれは驚くし嫌な気持ちになるわよ。死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。でも私は何か腑に落ちないわ。私だったら期日指定郵便にする。ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私にはどうしても理解できないの。
All part of the magic! A gamble!
でも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う。
え、あなたベアトのことわかるの？
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、でもベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの。マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない？ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。確かにそうかも。ベアドリージュ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。それだけじゃなくて、絶対確実な方法じゃなくてちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの。
不確実な方法を面白がる？
I remembered Marino-chan's diary. It had described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, Beto sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always had a touch of aesthetics, fuck, I can't pronounce that word. Which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. One day, Marino-chan and Beto decided to use a wind-up minicar she had brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the minicar back up, it would wind up the springs and tires, and when you let go, it would race forwards. I had one of those. I had a little toy like that. I had wound up that minicar and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the minicar would jump forwards to surprise whoever did it. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, Oni-chan and Beto had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it. But no one moved the trapped milk jug, and trapped ended in a misfire. When Oni-chan had then muttered we should put it somewhere where it would definitely... We should put it somewhere where it would have definitely caught someone, Beto apparently said this. The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all. It's probably true that you wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that would certainly go off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places. making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around. Spin? To find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. As Angie examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Then, she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them were commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. And she still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted oh laugh. It's part of my distant memory, but I definitely remember that she was this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか？
いやいつも通りに見えたな。親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
Rumbling.
これは
Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized that some of the characters had been written with a pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。
Of the chapel?
多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
魔女の碑文ですか？10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。でもこれは碑文じゃない。初めて見るものです。
There was an arc above the western style door, and that's where the relief was. English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。
Probability of quadrillion to 1.
あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。知らないわ。こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
お袋の遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。お袋も案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。なんでも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。そりゃあお袋も夢中になるはずですわ。
So she wanted to solve the epitaphs. She wanted the gold? Not just Nanjo, Kumasawa as well as the Kinzo's children needed money. I wonder if Goda too. He doesn't. I don't think it's ever been mentioned if he has like family or anything, or perhaps not. But here we go, getting more curious about Nanjo and Kumasawa, like I kind of was way back somewhere in like I guess episode 2, near the end of it, when I was thinking of I think it was Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa. Although Golden was more of a joke because I just didn't like him. In both Maria Onitantari and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, Beatrice's succession ceremony, on and on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last part, about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you're able to solve the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushiramiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Among the Ushirimiya family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the family had Kinzo had arranged for to choose his successor. But with the Maria's Sorcier interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posted the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder. And both of the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seemed that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. However, neither of these theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。誰が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。申し訳ない。
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むと、めったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。光の具合から屋外みたいだけど、熊沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
さあ、いずれにせよ六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。おふくろの預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 cents in gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushirimiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokkanjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. The desecration of the dead. I was once again convinced when my family died on that island today, they didn't go to heaven. They are being trapped by the witch even now and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Angie visited was a store in the region between the housing district and retail stores with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. Oh, the interesting person to go inspect last. There lived a man who had been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rokkanjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife,
よく覚えてる。
Captain Kawabata. Very well. An old man who used to be captain of a high-speed boat that went to and from Rokkanjima. At least among those still alive, he's certainly the person most familiar with matters concerning Rokkanjima. The media hoped he might have learned the details of the situation inside the Ushirimiya family from various discussions with servants going to and from the island. However, he never said anything, so they eventually began to forget this old man.
あんたまだこんなに小さかった。立派になったな。そしてさぞや辛かっただろう。お前さんの気持ちよくわかるぞ。
The former boat captain was in such high spirits that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago well. Apparently, even about how Angie had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for Angie. But at the same time, he also remembered the final family conference very well. The fact that he remembered even details like Battler's fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rokkenjima. It was necessary to make individual requests to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rokkenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless.
わかってる。今、あの島に行きたがる船なんぞ、簡単には見つか今じゃ六軒島と呼ばず、古い名前の悪食島と呼ぶ者までおる。この辺りの船乗りじゃ、首を縦には振るまいな。
But you would go, right? From the start, fishermen had feared Rokkenjima as an island of misfortune, and because of that incident 12 years ago, this fear had reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, even revered it. And revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokkenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this has caused a sense of mystery surrounding Rokkenjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they love so much.
船は出してもらえるでしょうか。
That was quick.
明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。
Damn, how lucky.
最近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいがな。かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokkenjima. Now my method of transport to Rokkenjima is ensured. Probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rokkenjima. I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years.
よかったね。これで島へ行けるようになったね。
そうね。船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で助かったわ。
I wonder how well this will actually go, though. Seems almost too good.
船長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。ずっと。そりゃそうでしょう。約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出してくれれば大勢が助かった可能性がある。ちょっと風が強いからといって船を渋らなければ。ウリュウ、そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
Seems a little bit more than a little wind. I mean, it was the typhoon was still passing over, right?
船長さんもそれを今日までずっと苦しんできたはずだよ。
Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokkenjima on October 4th. But the family had been very persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All the relatives had been very busy at the times, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It's probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to next week because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault, but perhaps you could say he wasn't so irresponsible that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, there was no doubt that the boat captain had been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member to usher me a line to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。それからあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。電気も明かりもない島だ。あまり長いはできんぞ。その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね。
長い下から何かの気が済むというものでもありませんし、船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
うん。すまんな。わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
Yo, Chandelier. Kind of. Not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokkenjima, so I'll be there during the evening. The evening which straddles the two different worlds of day and night. Like twilight. Seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998 and 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rakanjima. Not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there for a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him how I had succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。そろそろ参りましょう。船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
ああ、任せておけ。お前さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いとる。わしも当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。協力は惜しまんよ。
ありがとうございます。それでは明日。
Cool guy.
これ。船代に。
As we took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. The boat captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。これは天のお導きだ。あんたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を、今、ようやく終えることができる。だからあんたには感謝してる。
The final job Kinzo entrusted.
金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。あんたから取れんよ。
ありがとうございます。
Probably not anything suspicious there.
階段足元に気をつけてな。急だぞ。
I went down this steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Oh, look at this. Most of the first floor was a bedding store with many futons piled up on each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around the outside, Amakaza dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。泊まって行っても構わんのに。見ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
Maybe a bit too
あり
many.
がとうございます。万一の時、ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂になっとる。あんたのことじゃないのかね。
さあ。
She played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰ることが仕事だった。その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。だからわしは、あんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。だから、わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。
Don't die.
わかってるな。
ええ、別に私は死にに行くんじゃない。
But part of me does feel that if I could die on the island, I'd surely be able to go where my family is. I finally became aware of it. I might have been planning to die on the island. I might have come all this way heading towards Rakanjima in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. That's why he repeatedly told me not to die.
ええ、死にません。約束します。そもそも私、どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、未だに
いや、目的はきっとある。あんたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。島があんたを呼んだ。だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
そうかもしれませんね。私は、呼ばれたのかもしれない。
It was called. For what reason? For them. Father? Mother? Battler Oni-chan. Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What is Onrakanjima? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I still haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日失礼します。
Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was able to go outside. Then my feet stopped.
どうしたね？
あれは
Oh?
あれ？はて、何の話だね？
Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in that direction. In that direction that should have surprised me. That must mean... That must mean...
ありえない。どうして
What is this track? It's Beatrice! Floating in the air.
エンジェ、どうしてどういうことなのこれは。
I don't have a clue either.
そんなバカなことってあるの？
Oh.
これは魔法なの？奇跡なの？ええ。多分これは運命よ。私は今理解したわ。
Oh, what are you seeing?
私の使命だったのよ。
ウリュウ、私には何が何だか。
Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
どうしたんだね？何があるんだね？わからん。わしにはわからん。あんたには何が見えてるのかね？
ありがとう、船長。全部これは運命だったんです。ここに私が訪れることさえ運命だった。これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で使命なんです。
Dude, what did you see?
エンジさん、どうしました？トラブルですか？
わしにもさっぱりわからん。お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
エンジさん、大丈夫ですか？何が見えるんですか？
What can she see?
あなたたちには見えないの？それよ、それ見えないの？
見えるのはただの陳列棚です。誰も言いやしませんぜ。
ウリュウ、エンジェ、僕には何が何だかわからないよ。これは夢なの？魔法なの？どういうことなの？エンジェ。
Sakataro lifted his face toward Angie. From his eyes lit a single tear.
エンジ様。
理解したわ、お姉ちゃん。そしてベアトリーチェ。
ウリュウ。
This is magic, isn't it? But what is it? JC and like Maria there or something? A display case. Sakataro? It's in the background in that scene. Is it? Oh, now I have to look. This is like so far back. What is it? Control? Oh man, this is gonna be a while. No, we're making it there. We only made it through like 10 lines of dialogue in that entire like hour, so it's not gonna take that long to speed run. Also, that seems like a decent place to also end stream.
そりゃあ
Hold on, speedrun. Alright, almost there.
船長
そのわしが船を船長協力
ありがとうございます。
階段急だぞ
In the background of this scene, is it? It's there. There? Something. Make him free. Something. That would be a sign. That they can't see? What do you mean?
そう別に私は
うんどうし何の話だね
私には
どうしたんだね
I don't know if maybe he's covering it now. I just wanted to see if maybe anything might have changed once we got to this point. Oh! In the very... Is it this? This little bit wrapped in plastic? So doesn't that mean Sakataro wasn't handmade? Oh, whoops. Okay, I don't know how long that was for, but it's just me thinking more about... To repeat, oh, that might have been silence. I think I like controlled Z too much. Yeah, okay. Control Z also counts the thing. Anyway, that was probably after maybe removing... When did that happen? After removing that big image that you showed me? If I was quiet after that part, then to retread my thoughts. I muted a bit before that. Oh, it must have been after I fixed the screen after, whoops, after enlarging that little bit and pointing it out. No, I didn't say too much. It was just me wondering why Rosa would have lied about it being unique, one of a kind, trying to make Maria happier. Or if she didn't lie, maybe because she owned the design thing, she could have sold like the design thing for that later if she really wanted money. Hmm. And then I was thinking about like, okay, so maybe Rosa's a part of like all the murders that happened. Because in episode 3, she was teaming up with Eva a little bit to wait on telling all the relatives that she found the gold and whatnot. She ended up dying later in that scene though. That aside, she gave Sakataro to Maria quite a long time ago. Mm, but like, so looking at the full background image, I don't think there's anything else to look at. It's just a whole stack of like Secretaros, like just sitting there, the stuffed lions, or rather. I'm thinking about it more. The only confirmation that Rosa even made that doll in the first place and gave it to Maria is just in the diary. OG background never had it, so not too big of a detail. But I am gonna overthink about it for a lot. And more, I can't, I don't think I can piece any story together, even with this information to begin with. I'm not too sure what I should be thinking about it. It is interesting, though.
どうしました？トラブルですか？わしにもさっぱりわからん。
I think I already saved when we were back? Yeah, okay. I don't need to do that again. It is an interesting. Why wouldn't they be able to see it? Maybe they just like, it's just a bunch of stuffed animals. What are you talking about? I don't see anything odd with it. Does make me wonder. I love Rosa Umineko. She is actually the worst. Literally the worst. The canvas, just a normal stuffed animal. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's basically my thought. But I decided to land on there as my thoughts for that. Oh boy. Anyway, it's been a nice. Really want to think she tries her best and does love Maria, but Dude, dude, I don't know. From what we saw before, she's... Hmm. She could have just not gotten her stuffed animal. I wonder if that's why... Why, Why... Man, my brain's slowing down. I wonder if that's the reason why Rosa tore up Sakataro, like, so easily in the first place. Because it was just a cheap stuffed animal that she bought. She could easily just buy another. That sort of thing, yeah. Could've just got her a babysitter. True. So many things could have been avoided. Anyway, a lot of interesting mysteries thrown at us. Not many or like any answers, I think. But things are starting to build up. And I guess for next time, when we do this, will probably be next week again. We're probably gonna play Terraria. And maybe Repo again? How's things going for that, SGem? Which music is good? This one? Only managed to get one person. Damn, Repo over. That's okay. I'll just stream like 12 hours of horse game instead. I'll watch wrestling. I wish I got more into wrestling when I was younger. Had a few chances. A few friends were into it and invited me to like watch along and stuff, and I just didn't feel interested in wrestling all that much. Didn't seem like something I'd enjoy. Oh boy. Anyway, I think we made these. Well, I say that, but I think an hour was spent purely on speculation and whatnot. Like there was the one bit earlier where literally 3 lines in, like 30 minutes spent just talking. Get it Dragon next weekend. Speculation is the gameplay, it's all part experience. Oh, hell yeah. True. Anyway, I don't know what we're doing. When Terraria then? We still gonna maybe do that on Sunday again, or tomorrow? I'd be down for either day. Okay, so that's stuff we can figure out later. I was thinking of doing something else after, but that's been running a bit long, and I'm gonna go grab some lunch. I might stream some Cage to Rando later in the evening. Usually when I want to do, like, stuff in the evening, I just never do it. Hopefully. I need to get some Rando practice in. I can't leave my butt hanging after he asked me to join him on the little tournament thing. Any case, that's it for me for probably today. We'll see. As always, and when we're on to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Probably just Terraria on the weekend. Maybe go back to doing more Power World on Monday. And, probably tried doing more, Cage to Rando. refresh myself on all that. But yeah, pretty much gonna be what I'm doing. Till then, see ya, see ya.